He's a funny kid. I remember at one point, I asked him how old he thought I was for some reason. I don't remember how it came up. And he looks at me and he's like, nah. He goes, 89. 89. I'm like, you think I'm 89 years old? And he's like, you have a beard. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway. We've got a big sauropod thigh bone down there, big femur. And parts of that are real, yeah. From Hanksville, Utah. I'm gonna be driving past there in just a few days.
They're young on the beach. Yeah.
Very cool. And you can see there are parts of this that are broken off, like the pubes right there. That's snapped, broken. Wonder what happened. That might be plaster anyway, but still. Yeah, one of the caudal chevrons is broken off right there, and you can see the metal rod coming out. Yeah, it's a very old-fashioned way of mounting a skeleton like this. I'd love to see these mounted, you know, in an upright, sprightly, modern posture. But I don't know. And then there's a young Allosaurus right there, it looks like. Very cool.
Our working hypothesis was that some people may hate crunchy, but there's no one on the earth who would say no to it.
Right, because what is crunchy peanut butter but just creamy with
chunks, right?
Chunks in it.
Exactly.
Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah. If you wanted the chunkiest of peanut butter, you'd just get a bag of peanuts, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah, I like the mix.
Yeah, you like to mix it?
I like the chunk. I like
okay.
the chunk.
Yeah.
But I
can respect that.
I like Jif.
Jif is your favorite?
Jif creamy. Yeah.
Okay,
Textures.
that's what we got,
Chewing
I think.
is nice.
So yeah.
Chewing is a pleasant sensation.
It can be. Yeah. As opposed to drinking your peanut butter sandwich?
Well, yeah, I mean, it's the kind of thing we take for granted.
Yeah.
The organic kind.
Oh yeah, where you've got to mix it every time? Yeah.
Some of the...
So, everybody loves sauropods, until they have to dig them up. Because they get truly large. Yeah, It's worth it to see you appreciate the effort poured into it. Oh, Pufunkai, this is an incredible game, and I am so amazed at all of the people who have poured so much effort into it. It's incredible. And I want to see it continue to grow and become successful, and so I'm going to be streaming this a lot. And I'm honestly having so much more fun with this than I would with a more popular game like Ark or the Isle or the Jurassic World game or whatever. This is where it's at, and I am so excited about it. Oh yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if I have the personality to be a governor.
No?
I do love to lie.
How do you feel about corruption? You into it? You want to say hello to this Apatosaurus right here? Look at that. Oh. What do you think of Diplodocus and sauropods, sweetie pie? You like them? You a fan?
I sleep in the seat.
Yeah, if he wasn't having to go to school, he'd probably come out and do gigs off season.
I hope so.
Yeah, because it's like, we do this for students.
This is better than school, Jama, so
Oh,
I
I
think you
know.
can
Agreed.
convince your dad.
Just let me
You
live
can,
right here.
yeah,
Anyone can come.
come to the camper every once in a while.
Anyone can sit in the classroom.
Like
winter break?
Out here?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Everyone has
But
winter
you
break.
still have
Christmas.
to,
Evolution has to work in small steps, and every form all along the way has to be. It has to work. It has to be able to stay alive and survive in its
Bingo.
habitat. So let's.
I love that I was using this as an opportunity to teach that concept, and there's a guy who's curator of this museum. You're doing the same. Yeah, in fact, according to this particular range map, California doesn't even exist. But how can that be? I'm here right now, aren't I? I mean, Woodpeckers are so funny. Great spotted woodpecker. Blue tip, nice. Neverwinter's got a wood thrush. Holy cow! Look at this. some serious cleavage going on there. Cool. We don't necessarily have to like wax lyrical about its importance or anything. Like it can just be cool on its own merits and worth collecting because it's cool.
Sometimes I'm of the belief that a lot of the fossils that we find, their greatest value is giving our lives meaning. And I don't know, maybe a lot of scientists kind of cringe hearing that because it's what they make their livelihood out of.
That's great.
But I don't know. It's like that's just how I feel about it.
Yeah, I really like that.
I don't know if necessarily the world needs to know, exactly the type of fish that lived here in the Cretaceous, but it's fun to find out, and it makes our lives better, and so it has value in and of itself.
Yeah, yeah. No, I agree.
Passion for passion's sake.
Yeah, somebody clipped that, by the way. Yeah. 50 or 60 days we were out in the field this summer, and hey, how's it going? Yeah.
Sorry, I'm interrupting.
Oh, you're fine. Yeah, come on in.
You were in the museum, and I never get to watch you. And
Really?
I typed in your chat and said I never get to watch you because
I saw you, Becky saw you?
Yeah,
Yes.
Over the
Okay.
UK, yeah.
Yeah.
My moderator absolutely loves you, and he's on like the mountain time, so he gets to watch you.
Awesome.
So could I have a photo? With you?
Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah.
Hey, cool. Good, nice to meet you.
Thank you. Good to meet you too.
Is this your stream?
Appreciate it.
Are you live now?
We are. Yeah.
He's
Yeah.
probably watching right now.
Oh, really?
I wanna
Very,
see it.
very cool.
He's probably watching.
Can we get a shout out for Becky Saif as well?
Yes, there we
Yeah.
go. Yeah. Thank you. He'll be so like he'll be happy and he'll be jealous. I know. But I never get to watch you because you come on at like 10 p.m.
Yeah.
in the UK.
I'm thinking about maybe doing a schedule change, starting an hour. All right, let's do the wheelbarrow. Okay. Oh. The obelisk.
We built it in honor of our true goddess.
You picked up the fertility goddess rock. Wow. She's a beauty. And she has a root vegetable or something. You found that this morning. Look at her. Wow. I don't know if I can show this on Twitch. This might be against TOS. Wow. My goodness. We are definitely having a little bit of desert madness here. Oh yeah. If you find it, please send it. Let me know. Let me know. Don't pick it up. Take a photo. Take GPS coordinates. Leave it there. I've got a permit. We'll get it. Yeah. Awesome.
This isn't from the time of the dinosaurs, but this is from the last ice age.
That's overburden. There.
This guy. And if you look at the size of that brain relative to the skull, Jingmai O'Connor has looked at pictures with scales and whatnot.
Yeah.
She thinks that might be the biggest dinosaur brain we got.
So it would beat Troodon then.
Could be. It's certainly in that size range.
Well.
But these guys may give rise to Troodons. I mean, where the
Yeah, that would be
in
really
that
interesting.
fuzzy bottom of that radiation.
We've talked about this a bunch of times on the stream before, how we know that birds evolved from dinosaurs, that much is obvious. But, like, where exactly do birds come from within Dinosauria? Are they more closely related to troodontids, to dromaeosaurs, and it could be that, like, they're more closely related to critters like Utahraptor.
Well, certainly closer to Utahraptor than Velociraptor or
Yeah.
Deinonychus. But this animal, this new one, may be even closer.
Uh-huh.
You know, which is
Really exciting.
really, you know, cool stuff. All right, you want to talk about...
Let's talk about the skull a little bit. That's
Okay.
charismatic and, you know, it'd be easy for... Can you hear those calls they're making? That's what bald eagles actually sound like. When you see bald eagles in a movie or a TV commercial or something like that, usually they add in the wrong sound. The sound of a red-tailed hawk. That kind of, you know, piercing, angry shriek that you hear is not from an eagle. That's from a red-tailed hawk. Bald eagles have got kind of a... Well, you'll hear it in a second, hopefully. It's hard to describe, but it's like it's almost like a shrill giggle, the sound that they make. Okay. Ready, and go. Nice. Very nice. Textbook. Yeah.
And weigh as much as 145 metric.
Yeah, rar, blue whales, they're big. They're essentially weightless because they live in the ocean, you know? Whales cheat.
Tons, more than twice as heavy as the most.
And then we have, this is like more of like our hashy material.
Ooh, nice.
Ooh.
Oh, what is that?
I don't know what that is.
Huh.
Dana, do you know what that is?
No.
Interesting.
That is crazy. We should probably collect that.
Yeah, it's in the plant hash layer.
Weird.
The plant hash layer has more like diverse stuff that isn't just like leaves.
Uh-huh. Be able to help out with this emergency.
One of the most extraordinary events to take place on our planet. The gift of 100 subscriptions to Paleontologizing.
Did that really just happen there? Gift subs this minute. 100 gift subs, 3 minutes. Incredible. Horror X, I don't know what to say. It is insanity, sacrificial goat. Holy moly. You don't know how much I appreciate this. Nor the 250 community members who just had a gift subscription. You know, a lot of people, they think about digging dinosaurs and they kind of focus on what they consider to be like the morbid aspects of it. Like, here's these animals that died here such a long time ago, and isn't this all just about, you know, death? Isn't this kind of grim? But think about it like this. Here's an animal that died 140 million years ago, and it is having such loving care applied to it right now, where just one of its ribs is the focus of all this attention.
Massage.
Yeah. Like, what a fitting tribute for
a spa day.
For such a cool animal.
A nice plaster spa day.
Yeah. But they are very cool. I love them.
Tapirs have managed to survive for a long time, but currently they're all considered threatened by extinction. Not only are they hunted for meat, they face pressures in the form of habitat loss. They are also taken by natural predators, such as...
Thankfully not eagles or hawks. Random Shelter, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing.
in the form of habitat loss.
Oh, Ted Deschler retired recently? I didn't know that. Interesting. It's kind of rare for a paleontologist to retire. Usually we just die.
eagles will take them out once in a while.
They'll take out pronghorn?
Oh yeah.
The juveniles or adults?
Adults even.
Holy cow.
Yeah, eagles out here will take out deer.
Golden eagles.
I've had someone, witness golden eagles taking out a deer.
I've heard accounts of that.
They just heard the screaming, and they're like, what the heck's going on? It was in this kind of PJ stuff, a little thicker than this, way low on the PJ habitat. And they come around, and all of a sudden, here's this deer just bleeding, and this golden eagle's just bombing it, just raking it with its talons.
Shoot!
And this poor deer is just screaming, because it's there's nothing it can do.
It can't escape; it's coming out of the sky.
Yeah, and I use a picture in talks when I say, birds aren't dangerous, showing an eagle taking out a pronghorn adult. And
that's nuts.
It's nasty. I mean, because they don't do it fast. It is, for those big animals, when they decide they're going to take one out, it takes a while.
Shoot, and if a 10-pound eagle can do that, imagine what a Utah raptor could do.
Oh yeah. I mean, it's
insane. Same basic kind of body shape too. I mean, bipedal, got the big claws. It's.
But you look at dromaeosaurs, their radiation. We're talking, what is it, Halzacosaurus?
Yeah, Halscaraptor.
Yeah, which is basically a goose raptor.
Do you think dinosaurs are put together
and then the Ulanlegids.
Yeah, Ulanlegids,
however you say it. Southern hemisphere.
Yeah, with the...
Those are probably fish eaters.
Elongate rostrum.
I mean, we're just seeing that the diversity of dromaeosaurs is so high compared to what we thought, in the past.
Quick. Yeah, I've got another camera back in camp, so it's not the end of the world if this lens is scratched up. But let me just turn the camera a bit. People are saying the smudge is over your face, which is not ideal.
Not ideal. I don't know. It depends on how you approach this. Some people go, "Oh, dang it!"
Witness protection program.
But you can see the quarry out behind me. You might see a white dot with a wide angle. It's not very big, but that's where these guys are digging and bailing water.
Yeah. And there you go, Mayor Space. It's true. Yeah. If you can't lead a gift horse to water under a bridge, a 5-year-old doesn't understand it with 2 birds and 1 stone. Exactly, Mayor Space. It's exactly what I mean. Yeah. And you know what? That's fair. I don't have a horse in that fight. And far be it for me to punch a gift horse in the mouth. Not gonna do it.
All the way up to the end of the dinosaur era, the end of the Mesozoic. It's called the Age of Reptiles.
I'm sorry, the age of what? One more time?
It's called the Age of Reptiles.
Yeah. Reptiles. You just never hear that anymore. I love it.
Reptiles, birds.
Skull, and we can kind of here if you want to hold that. It's not heavy, and you could drop it. It's fine. It's just plastic. That's the other day.
Let's take the head off. But yeah, so you see, here's the dentary, and these are the post-dentary bones, and in there, see that big?
Yeah.
That's what you're looking down on there.
Yeah, that little bowl right there. Yeah.
So this is, post-dentary, cerangular, and you can see these fractures because of the way this thing had collapsed. This maxilla goes and you can see it drops down, there's more of it. But if you look over there is a beautiful maxilla.
Look at that. Yeah. Right
That's
here.
one of the things, you can just name that dinosaur after that maxilla.
So you're looking at the lingual side right there, so you're looking at you're inside the mouth at the right
You see a little
maxilla.
juvenile.
Look at those teeth. Oh, look at those luscious lashes. Reminds me of me, Yeah. Going. But yeah. It's not a tuna. It is, Mayor Space. It is a tuna. Gelatin tuna. Species of tuna found in pelagic waters, tropical and subtropical oceans worldwide. Tend to be pretty similar throughout the rest of the skeleton. It's just the skull is wildly different. And, whoop. Well, there goes my visual aid. I'll have to get that later. Let's hope I can find it. I don't want to be littering. Well, hello, everybody, and welcome back to Paleontologizing. Happy Thursday. It is August 13th, 2026. It's Wednesday. Wednesday? Oh, it's Thursday, isn't it? Yeah. What am I saying? Anyway, I'm still getting used to the idea of different days of the week after being out in the field for 3 weeks, out in the Utah desert, where it doesn't matter what day it is, you work every day. But I'm glad you're here, everybody. If it's your first time, welcome to Paleontologizing. And let me introduce myself real quick. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist, and I'm here on Twitch trying to do some good old-fashioned science outreach. Talking about fossils, talking about the history of life on our incredible planet Earth, talking about science and why it's important. And the whole point of these streams is to try and give you a first-hand look, an inside peek into the world of fossil science. Whether I'm out in the field excavating dinosaurs live, or whether I'm here in my office in the San Francisco Bay Area, going over new scientific papers, covering fossil news, interviewing other paleontologists remotely, doing 3D printing, like we're doing more of here, doing tons and tons of Q&A. Honestly, Q&A is the lion's share of what we do around here. So the whole point is to give you an inside peek into how paleontology works, but allow you to ask questions and clarify things, and it's more of a conversation than it is a lecture or anything like that. That's that chat window over here. Don't hesitate if you've got any questions, anything you're unclear on, whatever. I'm here to hang out and talk fossils. And today we will be continuing that documentary that we started yesterday from PBS. This is not PBS's normal quality. It's actually kind of shocking. But anyway, this whole thing on the commercial fossil trade. The sordid world of selling fossils to the highest bidder. We're going to be talking more about that today, about how it harms paleontology as a discipline, and how, really, this is a bubble that is just waiting to burst. I'm eager to give a paleontologist perspective about this, to continue doing what we did yesterday. So stay tuned for that. We'll also do Metazoa, and we'll take a kind of a deep dive on our animal of the day, and all that good stuff. So anyway, I'm glad you're here. Welcome to Paleontologize. Yeah. Good stuff. Yeah. Dan the BC Man says Q&A is the bread and butter of show. Well said. Anyhow, yeah. And are things less tectonically active now? They are, Golganek, yeah. This morning, we had an earthquake here where I live, and it's not too far from... The epicenter was pretty close by, actually. It wasn't anything super scary, but, decent amount of shaking. Here it is here. It's been downgraded to a 3.8. It started off as a 4.0. But, yeah. Yeah. Anyway, that's part of living here in the beautiful sunny San Francisco Bay Area. This is an active plate margin. So we've got the Pacific plate and the North American plate and the Juan de Fuca plate, and they all kind of converge right here. So the San Andreas Fault actually runs right over there, just west of the city of San Francisco. And it actually cuts through the Marin Peninsula, does it not? Here we go. Yep. I was hoping this would be bigger, but that's okay. San Andreas Fault. So here's where I live in the East Bay. San Francisco is right there. It runs right along here, so just west of San Francisco. And I think Drake's Bay, actually, yep, there it is. Drake's Bay is a result of the San Andreas Fault there. There we go. Bingo. So here is San Francisco, this peninsula right here. Here is Berkeley and Richmond and Oakland. I live in this area. And then the yellow line is the San Andreas Fault. I don't think this earthquake was along the San Andreas Fault. It may have been along the Hayward Fault, which runs over here. And in Berkeley a few years back, we did a special stream from the University of California, Berkeley campus. And we actually looked at the Hayward Fault. There we go. Thank you, Claire, for putting this up on YouTube. It's good to have that live now. There we go. And at one point, we actually went into Memorial Stadium and looked at the fault itself because you can literally see it there. And, wow, okay, let's see here. There is... I don't know if we're going to be able to get into it. Let me see if I can shrink this down a little bit. A little bit less inconspicuous, a little bit more inconspicuous. Take this off, too. Gross. Sound might change a little bit. Might take the mic off. And you remember that, Lenina? It was a lot of fun. Let's see. Everybody still see me? This is in my first full year of streaming. You see that concrete box right there? That, if I remember correctly, there are seismological instruments in there. In order to measure the fault creep. Yeah, this is it right here. So I wish I could open it up and show you, but obviously I can't. But, yeah, right there. So again, to reiterate, there are instruments in here to measure the creep of that fault. And every time there's an earthquake, it gives readings too. Within this are some instruments that actually measure the motion, the movement of this fault very, very slowly. At about the same rate that your fingernails grow, this fault is just creeping along. And occasionally, it gets kind of stuck for a while. And the pressure builds up, and then it lurches forward again. That's what causes an earthquake. Yeah. Right over here. Yeah. I don't know if we'll be able to show you the action. There we go. So we actually got to infiltrate. Kind of being shorn. Here. Right up. There, you see that? Yeah. That's literally the Hayward Fault. It's kind of being shorn. This side is going south, this side is going north. So the stadium is slowly being pulled apart like that. Cool. Anyway, here is a link if you'd like to watch the rest of that VOD. It's called Memorial Stadium, and I always thought, you know, that's pretty thoughtful. That way they don't have to change the name after something horrendous happens. It's already called Memorial Stadium, you know? If the big one hits on game day, yeah. The thing is, they knew that there was the Hayward Fault there before they built the stadium, too. Like, they had full knowledge of this. And they're like, yeah, this is still the best place for it, so, yeah. And Galar's the cat, oh, nice. Yeah, this is Mini Pie right here. Here, we'll give her close-up in just a moment, but first, while we're on the subject of earthquakes, this was really interesting. Check this out. Earthquake in Japan. And pay attention to up here. Look at that move right there. So you actually have... This part actually goes ka-chunk. Like that. You've got like vertical displacement going on. Look at that. You see it? Wild. Yeah. But Japan, like California, is on an active plate margin. A lot of tectonic activity. This is just... That's what you live with, you know? That's why you have to have really stringent building codes. So that you make sure that when things collapse, they don't kill everybody. You know what I mean? Yeah. Here, one more time. A surface rupture is what they're calling it there. So look at this. Nuts. Wild. Yeah. Good stuff. Anyway. Telekinesis, is that a Gorgosaurus skull on the wall? It used to be. When this critter was first described, it was named Gorgosaurus lancensis. Pull up that paper. I've got to have that paper somewhere, right? Gorgosaurus. Hang on, Mini Pie. I'll get right to you, okay? It would have been... Yeah, there we go. This is it right here. So when the critter was first discovered, Charles Gilmore named it Gorgosaurus lancensis. There we go. And then later on, in the 1980s, it was renamed Nanotyrannus. Here's that paper here. There we go. And then later it was thought to be a juvenile Tyrannosaurus. So the name Nanotyrannus largely fell out of favor until last autumn. In late October, there was a new paper published saying that, shoot, Nanotyrannus seems to be valid, different animal from Tyrannosaurus. It's not just a juvenile T-Rex, it's something altogether different. And so the consensus has sort of swung in that direction, but I think we might start to see a swing back, because I know several authors, people who work on Tyrannosaurs, who are working on rebuttals to that paper, and so we'll see, you know? It's the interesting thing with science. Our perspectives change as new information comes to light. And it's an ongoing process, you know? This isn't some sort of discipline where, you know, information is passed down from on high and it becomes holy writ and you must trust it. That's not what science is like. Science is about following the evidence where it leads, using the evidence to test ideas. And when you have limited information, like we usually do in paleontology, you're using the data that you've got. Sometimes it requires a certain degree of interpretation or like clever ways to test it. So the testing continues. Anyhow, Mini Pie, she's demanding payment right now, so we'll make that happen. Huh. Huh. Yeah. Is it time for you to get paid? Is that what this is? Yeah? Alright, alright. Yeah, okay. Okay. Anyway. Yeah, okay. Here, we'll get back to the whole nano thing in a minute. First, my demands payment. Ooh, good stuff, Minnie. Good stuff. Anywho, yeah. And telekinesis is now, isn't it its own species again? Depends who you ask, you know? We don't have, like, an official governing body that votes on these things. It comes down to, like, a kind of loosey-goosey consensus that develops over time. So, yeah. Anywho, we'll see. And Dan the BC Man says, why change the name? Causes changes in my mind, says Dan the BC Man. Look at the mess you left here. Here, look. I can eat this. Here, got paper towels, right? It's 3D printed. But, yeah. The reason why the name changed is that it's a different animal. At least that's the idea. So if it's a juvenile Tyrannosaurus, you would just call it Tyrannosaurus. But if it's a different kind of animal, as has been proposed, then it needs a different name. A different genus name. And, yeah, anyway. Weird Adult says, I heard cat spit was sterile. You heard wrong. That stuff is chock full of bacteria. Holy cow. Somebody told you something wasn't true. I should put it that way. I'm sure you didn't hear it wrong. But yeah, cats' mouths are not clean. Dances with Dirt says no spit is sterile. I mean, yeah. Anywho, yeah. So yeah, with the whole Nano Tyrannus thing, it's I should probably print this, actually. It's a nice figure. Give me a second here. I'm gonna screen grab that real quick. Say what you will about Bob Bacher, but he's a skilled artist. I've always really liked that about his work. There we go. Nice. Anywho, yeah. Gamer's Tavern Show says blowing people's minds on Blue Sky by pointing out that you can't dig for dinosaur fossils? Yeah. In the Appalachians, because the only fossils there are shells. There's other fossils too in the Appalachians. They've got some Pleistocene stuff, like from alluvium, but it's not part of like the Appalachian Mountains themselves. So yeah. The mountains are older than bone. I mean, yeah, the underlying rock that was pushed up there is mostly from the early Paleozoic, I think. I don't know if it predates bone entirely, but let's see. It might actually be older than the first vertebrate animals. Rodinia, 900 million years ago. Yeah, this would be long before the first vertebrates. So yeah, I think you're right there. I think it is safe to say, without anybody going, well, actually. When we're talking about orogeny, when we're talking about mountain building like that, the age of the rocks and then the age of the mountains, that might be two different things. Because mountains form when the crush gets pushed up. So like if you have two plates colliding or something like that, that can make mountains erogenize. But there had to have been rock there beforehand to get pushed up. So the rock itself might be far older than the actual act of orogeny. So like the rocks themselves are going to be a lot older than the topographic rise, if that makes sense. You know? So yeah. Anyhow. And there are Devonian fish sites in the Appalachians. I guess that's true, isn't it? Never Wonderful, yeah. Like at Red Hill, where is it not Scaperpeton? Is it Scaperpeton? Or Pedurpeton? Pedurpes? Who am I thinking of? Scaperpeton is a Cretaceous amphibian, right? Yeah, from the Hell Creek. Are we thinking of Pedurpes? Who's the one from Red Hill? Heinerpeton, after the town of Heiner. Yeah. But is Heiner in the Appalachian Mountains, though? Heiner, Pennsylvania. There it is. That's so cool that the main thing about Heiner that's noteworthy is the fossil discoveries. That's really neat. Yeah. Anyhow. Gamers Tavern shows says the whole thing started because somebody was insulting the Appalachians for being shorter than the Rockies. I mean, fair though. The Appalachians aren't really mountains, they're hills. In my opinion. Their height is not what's interesting about them. It is their antiquity and the amount that they've been weathered. They used to be like the tallest mountain range in the world long, long ago. And they've repeatedly been weathered down to almost nothing, I think. It's interesting stuff. And they've since come up again and then been eroded. But there's important fossils from there. Let's see. There we go. This is from the documentary Your Inner Fish with Neil Shubin.
I started my search back in the early 90s when I worked in Philadelphia.
Okay.
I knew that finding this transitional fish was going to be a tall proposition.
So he's trying to find the transition between aquatic fishes and fishes that came up onto land to become tetrapods.
The world's a big place. So the Earth is a giant planet, and fossils are very small. So how do you find those things? Well, there's a checklist we run through. We look for places in the world that have rocks of the right age. If you're interested in the origin of dinosaurs, there's one age of rock to look at. If you're interested in the origin of transitional creatures between water and land, there's another age of rock. Then you look for places in the world that have rocks of the right type. The kinds of rocks that are likely to hold fossils.
We knew from previous discoveries that rocks from the Devonian era, around 360 million years old, were likely to contain early tetrapod fossils. And it turned out we had rocks of that age right here in Pennsylvania.
So somebody could tell me whether or not Hyner, Hyner, Pennsylvania, is considered part of the Appalachian Range. I don't know if it is or if it's not. I'm a West Coast guy, you know. But that's what they're talking about here. Neverwinter says, what we think of as the Appalachians today was actually the foreland fold and thrust belt that remains of an ancient mountain range. Real mountains are completely eroded away and were once as high as the Himalaya. Only the roots of the mountains remain as the metamorphic Piedmont province. That makes a lot of sense, Neverwinter. Thank you. Yeah.
The other thing is that
To look for good sites, I teamed up with geologist Ted Deschler, and we've been fossil hunting buddies ever since.
you know what, we tried it through here, even going down into West Virginia.
We are sort of maybe an odd couple. Neil is excitable and enthusiastic, which is wonderful. I'm enthusiastic as well, but I think maybe not quite as vociferous. I might tend to hunker down more and focus on recovering the material as we start to find it. And Neil might be a little bit more, okay, what's over the next horizon? What's over?
Dances with Dirt says terrestrial fish equals amphibious fish. No, this is like fish that are evolving into tetrapods. So critters like, well here, this animal, Hynerpeton. There we go. This is a fish that is basically becoming like an early amphibian. None of these are embiggening properly. Come on. There we go. Yeah. And then earlier on in that transition, you have critters like Tiktaalik. Pretty famous critter nowadays. And so we're starting to develop a pretty good sequence of these different creatures. Kind of a beautiful transition from fully aquatic fish to ones who were adapted for coming up onto the land. So here we go. This illustrates it pretty well. Well, this is a creationist website. They still have an okay figure here. But yeah, from things like Eusthenopteron up through Panderichthys, Tiktaalik, Ichthyostega, Acanthostega, Hynerpeton is in there too. In fact, Hynerpeton is probably kind of more advanced than something like Acanthostega, I think. Yeah.
It's over the next hill. Neil is on that edge, always thinking about the new place to go.
Ted and I would sit in the car with maps in one hand and geological papers in the other, and we tootle through these state roads, looking at the rocks, saying, okay, what kind of rock is this again? What kind of age is it?
And holy cow, Neverwinter says, I found Hyneria teeth, lobefin fish, and acanthodian shark spines and shoulder girdles at Red Hill. You've been here, Neverwinter? That's so cool. This is a world-famous fossil site, and it's... well, again, it's not exactly the sort of place that you would picture when you think of world-class fossil sites. It's not out in some romantic place, some wind-swept desert on the far side of the world. It's literally on the side of a highway in rural Pennsylvania.
To hunker down more and focus on recovering the material as we start to find it. And Neil might be a little bit more, okay, what's over the next horizon? What's over the next hill? Neil is on that edge, always thinking about the new place to go.
It's closed to the public. That makes a lot of sense.
Ted and I would sit in the car with maps in one hand and geological papers in the other, and we tootle through these state roads, looking at the rocks, saying, okay, what kind of rock is this again? What kind of age is it? But the problem in Pennsylvania is it's not a desert. Their bedrock is not exposed to the surface.
Yep.
You have forests, you have grass. Turns out the best exposures of rock in the state were made for us by the Pennsylvania Department of Transportation.
Yep, the PDOT.
They had exposed sections of the geological record. And we eventually hit this one road cut, giant exposure. It's called Red Hill.
Probably is. Oh my God.
And then we knew, okay, this is the place to hit.
We had ambitions to explore the globe, but our first expedition didn't take us to an exotic desert halfway around the world. It happened by the side of a Pennsylvania highway.
Had revisited Red Hill one time when I was not there. He made a phone call to me. He says, "Hey, Neil, I found something really important." I said, "Well, what did you find?" He's like, "I think I found a tetrapod." I said, "Ted, you kidding? I mean, no, you're not gonna find a tetrapod on your second or third trip to Red Hill. This is gonna take years of work." So I'm moving along this layer and saw beautiful little fossil bone material, chipped around it a little bit, right on this layer. And lo and behold, uncovered what turned out to be a very significant specimen.
The majority of people who do research in paleontology consider themselves to be detectives in a sense.
Holy cow.
Part of the joy of our field is being able to go
Caroline
out and
gifted
put together
2
clues
subs.
that sometimes are extremely obscure.
Thank you, Carolyn, for the 2 subs. Really appreciate that. Thank you kindly. Like, we are getting ever closer to our goal. We just have until the end of today's stream to try and get there. But you're getting us closer. Thank you, Carolyn. I really appreciate that. Check this out.
A beautiful little fossil bone material, chipped around it a little bit, right on this layer. And lo and behold, uncovered what turned out to be a very significant specimen. This is the shoulder girdle of an early limbed animal. It was a new species. It was a whole new kind of animal. And although we only have a shoulder girdle, it's actually a very informative part of the skeleton. It would be on the left side, the skull would go off in that direction, and the animal itself would be about 1 meter long. And just from the shoulder girdle, we can learn things about how it may have held that limb. And of course, it does compare to other animals that are similar from other parts of the world, and we can use those to learn other aspects of Hynerpeton.
These early four-legged animals belong to a group I like to call the stegas. Some of the best specimens had been found in Greenland by a paleontologist named Jenny Clack, who began working there in the 80s.
The idea of transition between animals with fins and animals with limbs has been thought about for a long time. But until recently, there had only been 3 data points.
And now we have so many more specimens of critters from this kind of crucial transition. Anyway, here's a link if you want to watch the rest of that. But, yeah. Anyhow. And hey, Cacklinsdorf, welcome. Did you change the color of your username, by the way? I feel like it was red before. Anyhow, I'll go back. And thank you, Galars to Cat. You catch up on some sleep. Thanks for being here. Appreciate you. Here, before I forget, let's do a quick blue sky screenshot and post here. Let's see if that's any good. I can do better than that. I can do better than that too. Here. I'm trying to like get this in the background and everything else too. Good enough. We'll use it. There we are. Nemesis. Thank you, Lunapath, for the gift sub there. Really appreciate that. Thank you kindly.
Loonpath77 gifted Loonpath77 a subscription.
That's a weird glitch. You didn't gift yourself a subscription. Why does it always do that with that one alert? I need to... Weird bug. But thank you, Lunapath, for gifting... I appreciate your generosity there. Formal expose. I want to copy and paste it with the little accent on it. Today's stream, along with usual upbeat paleontology Q&A. Let's add a hashtag there, because why not? / Paleontologizing. There we go. Alt text, Twitch. 3D printed dinosaur. Paleo, miscellanea 2. There we go. Good enough. Let's post it.
Hold on to your butts.
There we go. Yeah. Anywho. And Evo Lol says, does somebody sell fake archaeology? I'm sure a lot of these, like, antiquities auctions are selling things that are fake and phony. I don't know about that firsthand, but I'm a paleontologist. I work with fossils, and I do know that a lot of these fossil auctions are far less than completely forthright and honest. And we'll be talking about that later on today. But yeah. Anyway, and we're not talking about people selling replicas, necessarily. We're talking about people selling genuine actual fossils. There's usually like a few fossil bones mixed in there, and then the whole rest of it is resin casts or 3D printed or sculpted or whatever. There's a lot of misrepresentation about how much of these things, how much of a particular skeleton is genuine. Again, stay tuned and we'll be talking about this in depth. So stick around. Anyhow. But before we get to that, here is a link to that post here on Blue Sky if you want to engage with that for whatever reason. But yeah. But here's one of these things here, just by way of example. This is a particularly egregious example here, where somebody paid millions of dollars for this Allosaurus skeleton here. This one? It's this one. $15 million for these two skeletons. They are mostly 3D printed. The whole fossil commercial market is... It's certainly really shady, and it's harmful to our science overall, like, you know, trying to pawn these things off as curiosities or art objects rather than scientific specimens. It actively harms our science. On top of that, it's pretty dishonest, because this skull here is the same exact one that I have here in my office, as you see in this clip. It is 3D printed. I paid like less than $100 to print this myself, and now they're turning around and selling this for literally millions of dollars. The suture between the premaxillae and the max right here. Look at this right here. You see it there? Yeah. That's totally it. It's the same thing. That is totally it. Wow. Wow. And Ivalo, here. Again, we'll be talking about this in depth later. Watch out, Sweetie Pie. But, here. I'll show you when I was on English TV a few years ago on the Michael Portillo show.
Museum, and joins us from Norwich. Hello, good to speak to you again.
Yeah, nice to see you, Michael.
And from Northern California, dinosaur paleontologist Danny Anduza, who hosts Paleontologizing, which can be viewed on Twitch. David, first of all.
Anyway, let's scoot forward a little bit. There we go.
Really important science can be lost if these fossils like T-Rexes and other fossils go straight into the hands of private individuals.
Danny, can you understand why a skeleton could be worth $20 million or pounds or whatever?
Frankly, Michael, I can't. As somebody who's dug up a lot of dinosaurs over the years, I've done a lot of field work in places like Montana and Utah, working with various museums. It doesn't cost very much to dig these things up in the first place. Maybe a few hundred or a few $1,000s to dig up, a handful of bones, like in the Shen specimen. There's really no reason in the world why it should sell for anything over $1 million. Paleontologists like me are flabbergasted every time that happens, and I think it's because the buyers are being misled, as they were in the case of Shen.
Sticking with you, Danny, there was the case of the actor Nicolas Cage, who into his possession there came a skull. Do you want to describe that and tell us what happened about that?
Sure. There's so many of these cases that it's sort of difficult to keep them separate sometimes. But if I recall correctly, this was a Tarbosaurus skull that Nicolas Cage, purchased at auction, and that had been illegally smuggled out of Mongolia.
Yep, stolen from that
this country kind of nestled between China and Russia. A wealth of dinosaur fossils from that country, one of the world's greatest, dinosaur fossil fields. Recently, the people of Mongolia have been trying to kind of take hold of their heritage and make sure that fossils from their country are not being illegally exported and sold. That had happened in the case of Nicolas Cage's purchase. And I believe it was seized by Interpol and actually taken back to the country of Mongolia.
It wasn't Interpol. I got that wrong. It was the Department of Homeland Security here in the U.S. That was the particular agency that seized it and then repatriated it back to Mongolia.
Where it rightfully belongs. So I think it's a perfect example of kind of how shady these deals often are. And if you're trying to buy dinosaur fossils, realize that there's a lot of kind of difficult things going on in terms of morality and in terms of law. These are not smart purchases to make.
So, yeah, I'll give you a link to this if you want to watch the whole thing. Yeah. Anyhow. I gotta pay my other landlord here real quick. Huh, Sweetie Pie? Yeah. Oh, she demands it. Alright, before we can actually get down to business, I gotta pay rent here. So, make that happen, huh? What's going on here? Actually, maybe you want the other ones. You want the dental treatment? Can we try that? What do you think of that? Oh, she likes it. It's nice being able to give Sweetie Pie treats again after several months of having to avoid that. We thought maybe she was allergic to the treats and they were giving her skin problems. And now she's on like an allergy medication. Hopefully that solves the problem. Huh. Yeah. Oh, good stuff. Crunch them up. There you go. Excellent. Yeah. And Peaceful Pete 91. Hey, welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. What do you think, Sweetie Pie? Pretty good? Pretty good? Aww. Yeah. What do you think? Is that enough or do you want more? Push the camera around. Techbird says, I wrote a sternly worded letter to PBS, but the scam covered on yesterday's stream. We're going to be covering that again today, Techbird. We only got about halfway through it. But, yeah. Thanks for doing that, I guess. You know, making your voice heard. That's important. Anyhow. And, Caglins River, we're not really sure what was causing those allergies, but she's on allergy medication now, so... Yeah. You can have treats again, huh? Is that a quality of life improvement for you, Sweetie Pie? Yeah? You looking for more? Okay. We can make that happen. Oh, so many. Too many. Tasty. I watched the whole thing. It didn't get any better. Oh boy. Sorry, Techbird. We're going to be finishing that out today. Because I figure it's important to be able to present that to the audience. Yeah. But not as important as eating Sweetie Pie, apparently. Gamer's Tavern Show, that's awful to hear about. You guys lost 70 years of archives? Oh boy. Ugh. Again, that's why you keep hard copies of things if you can. You know, don't trust the cloud. Ugh. Yeah. Reminds me of the BBC wiping tapes. Yep. Yeah. I don't know anything about Doctor Who, never watched an episode of that in my life, but I have heard that the first episodes of that show were lost because the BBC just decided to, like, wipe the tapes. And... Yeah. Ugh. Anyhow. Anyhow. Let's get into Metazoa, shall we? Before we get too distracted by other things right now. Yeah. Shame on me. What did I do? Hang on. What? Good evening to you too, Kevin. What are people upset about? For not watching Doctor Who? Just never have. I don't know. It's never interested me. Yeah. I don't watch a lot of TV, to be honest. I just kind of don't have time for that. Yeah. Sorry, Salamander, yeah. Yeah. I don't know. I'm just not really a TV guy, you know? If anything, you know, I have so many books that I haven't read yet. And I'm trying to catch up on these, you know? It's kind of more of my focus. It's not a holier than thou thing. It's not I'm not looking down my nose at anybody. It's just, I don't know. I tend to get bored with TV. I'd rather read a book most of the time. But yeah. Telekinesis says that's a wonderful book. Well, thank you. This isn't even all of it. It continues over there, and then up there too. And I've got more books upstairs. Yeah, I should actually here. I'll take the opportunity to show off some of the new books that I got before we jump into Metazoa. Let's see. I'm trying to find a video about this particular bookshop, and it's hard to, but I'll just show you an image. One of my favorite bookshops in the entire world is located in Moab, Utah. Every time I go in there, I end up spending way too much money. Back of Beyond Books in Moab, Utah. They have an absolutely stellar selection of books that are relevant to that local area, the desert Southwest. And here, let me show you some of the books that I recently got. Which I've already scattered around a bit. Shoot. Upstairs currently. But, yeah. This was new to me, the Great Basin Seafloor, which, if anybody who lives in the Great Basin region, you might be going, like, what? What? The Great Basin is this region in the western United States that encompasses eastern Utah and Nevada, and parts of California and Arizona, I believe. There we go, the Great Basin. Nearly the entire state of Nevada, plus parts of Southern California, southeast Oregon, and I didn't realize it encompassed the Salt Lake Valley, too, in Utah. Yeah, the Great Basin. So, at various points in Earth history, it has been underwater, and someday it will be underwater again. And that's part of why I got this book, is I often have to explain this concept here on stream. And I figure this would be really helpful. Because this has some projections for here we go. A plausible future geography of the Great Basin region, 70 million years from now. So there you go. Gulf of Nevada, Wasatch Rift, Gulf of California. So the Gulf of California, which currently exists between Baja California and Mexico, this will continue to shift north like that. This is like we were talking about earlier on stream. With, that fault, the Hayward Fault rifting there. There we go.
Cool stuff. That's not often. Cool. Okay. Between the.
So this is in Memorial Stadium on the University of California, Berkeley campus.
Should be just over here. Right up. There, you see that?
So this is the Hayward Fault. You see this piece of metal that they put there so you could really tell what's going on? It is bent like that because the side to the west, closer to the Pacific Ocean, this part is moving north. The part to the east, closer to the American continental interior, that part is moving south. So you have the Hayward Fault, just like the San Andreas Fault is doing, moving like that.
If it disagrees with experiment, it's wrong.
Oh, holy cow, Volcano Doc, perfect timing.
Simple statement is
science.
doesn't make a difference how beautiful your guess is. It doesn't make a difference how smart you are who made the guess.
Volcano Doc.
His name is. If it disagrees with experiment, it's wrong. That's all there is to it.
Welcome, welcome, Volcano Doc, real-life volcanologist, volcano scientist. How was your stream? I hope it was really, really good. Welcome, Volcano Doc. I'm back from the field as well. I am. I hope you're doing great, Volcano Doc. I hope you had an excellent stream. We're talking about geology here. We're talking about plate tectonics. Have I shown you this before? Check this out. And Chris McBricker, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. This is me in 2021 in Berkeley, California, visiting Memorial Stadium. And I have already made the, might not be an entirely appropriate joke, but it's really thoughtful of them to have named it Memorial Stadium before the big one hits. That way they won't have to rename it. But this is the big football stadium on the UC Berkeley campus.
Right up.
That's the Hayward Fault right there.
You see that?
So the west side of the stadium is going north. The east side is going south. You can see that offset there. This was perfectly flush when they built it, or rather when they rebuilt it, because they've had to do this several times. But you got that fault creep going on like that. Yeah. They repaired the famous curbside in Hayward. It'll be back to how it was before too long, Volcano Doc. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, so we were just talking about this. And how, here's a lovely book that I just got in Utah, The Great Basin Seafloor, exploring the ancient oceans of the Desert West, talking about how at various points in Earth history... And thank you, Mark Melvin, for gifting Volcano Doc. I appreciate that. This region has been underwater many times. This is a... As the caption says, a plausible future geography of the Great Basin region 70 million years from now. So the Gulf of California has moved north. This up here was the San Francisco Bay Area. Been shunted northward like that. As this part of California has gone south. The Gulf of California will continue to creep north like this. And then you might have another seaway opening up. The so-called Gulf of Nevada there. This is what the future of our continent could look like 70 million years from now, if current trends continue. It was this diagram that convinced me to buy this book, because I wanted to be able to show this off on stream. But, yeah, good stuff. Anyway, looking forward to reading this before I go back out into the field at the end of September, because this will give me a lot to talk about with Josh Lively, who studies mosasaurs and other critters from an ancient ocean there in Utah, what's now known as the Mancos Shale Group. Anywho, Anywho. And Mayor Space has just put the whole stadium on wheels so the ground moves beneath it without tearing it apart. I mean, they've actually built it nowadays. Like, when they renovated the stadium, apparently they basically built it in two halves so it can kind of cleave apart without too much damage. And that's kind of what you see there. So I think this archway used to go all the way across, and they're like, no, we can't do that. We're not going to be able to beat the fault. We have to be able to work with it. And that's what a huge part of Earth sciences is how do we work with the Earth so it doesn't destroy us, you know? How do we learn to live in harmony with these immensely powerful, unfathomably powerful natural forces? How do we learn to live with them so they don't wreck us, you know? Volcano Doc can tell you all about that. As a working Earth scientist, as a professor of volcanology, she streams here on Twitch, and if you are not following Volcano Doc, you are missing out. Seriously, I wish I could watch every stream that she does. I wish that I had that kind of time. But thank you again for the raid, Volcano Doc. It's good to have you here. Later on in the stream, we're going to be getting into the pretty sordid commercial fossil trade. There's a new documentary that came out from PBS. We started it yesterday. We're going to finish it today. But yeah. Anyway, Volcano Doc, AGU is in San Francisco this year, right? The American Geophysical Union meeting? I can't go because it's way too expensive for me, but it's happening in December, I think. Let me know if you're going to be around, and I'd be happy to, you know, meet you for dinner or something like that. My treat. But yeah. The early bird student member like registration fee is like $900. Just, I can't afford that. Yeah. It will be at GSA in October. But next time I'm in the Bay, I'll absolutely hit you up. Sounds good. Let me know. Yeah. I'm not going to GSA this year, but I am going to be going to the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology meeting. You'd be interested to hear this, Volcano Doc. It's in Cleveland this year. Big SVP conference. Yeah. And, I'm going to be doing something special with the live streams there. We'll be talking about this more as it draws closer, but since I'm on the communications committee for the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology, where is it? Hang on a second. There we go. I'm going to be holding a special live stream event at SVP this year, wherein different researchers will be able to present their work to the viewers at home live on Twitch. And we'll be using this as a fundraising event for the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology. So I'm very excited about that. It's going to be awesome. This will be in mid-November. And I presented it to my colleagues at SVP, and they're like, this sounds really good. They're like, we don't really have to do anything? Like, you'll handle everything? I said, yes. I am stoked. It's going to be a great opportunity to raise some funds for the society and to raise their public profile and allow folks who are attending the conference to present their work to people at home who couldn't attend in person for financial reasons, geographic reasons, or because of current immigration policies in the U.S. There are a lot of people who are really afraid to visit the United States right now. And I can't blame them, you know? Things are dire right now. So if there are folks who will be here in person, I want to give them an opportunity to present to anybody that they have at home. They can watch live or watch the VOD later, and it'll be a great way to kind of connect the SVP community to the larger world. So I'm very excited about that. SVP Live. It's going to be a ton of work, and I'm going to be exhausted, but I'm very excited about it. So, yeah. Anywho. So, yeah. Good stuff. So, yeah, before your raid, Volcano Doc, I was just waxing lyrical about one of my favorite bookstores in the whole world, Back of Beyond Books in Moab, Utah. Every time I go there, I end up spending way too much money because they have so many excellent books on the desert Southwest. So, I got this, Great Basin Seafloor, an Edward Abbey book that I'm excited to read. There's a few others that I wasn't able to... They're upstairs right now. But the Crime Pays But Botany Doesn't guy... he just published a book called Concrete Botany. I had to pick that up. I'm like, oh shoot, I know this guy. But yeah. And Nivi, thank you for the 28 months of support. I really appreciate that. Thank you for keeping me.
Paleo hey Paleo John.
Yeah. So I got that, and then I got a book about John Wesley Powell as well, who is something of a hero to American geologists and geographers and ethnologists and paleontologists. Yeah. Beyond the 100th Meridian, John Wesley Powell, and the second opening of the West. Good stuff. Then one more book. Get on with this. I realized I was spending way too much money at this bookshop and running out of space for books. So, another book recommended to me by folks there. There we go. And I got it as an audiobook. Really good. Started listening to this on my way back from the field. Cadillac Desert, the American West and its disappearing water. This is superb. Really well written, engaging, informative. It really paints a picture of why so much settlement in the American Southwest is completely unsustainable because there just isn't the water for it. These areas were being planned out at a time when there was excess rain, and so they're like, oh, well, this is normal rainfall levels for this part of the country. You know, let's build all these cities and everything and divert water from the rivers and try and irrigate things and develop farmlands. They didn't realize that this was an abnormally wet time. When things returned to normal, there was so much less water, and now the American Southwest is just drying up. Outside of just a few key regions, a few little areas, most of this entire part of the country is just desiccating. And it's because people didn't listen to the scientists at the time, people like John Wesley Powell. Novastar says AI is going to make the water problem so much worse, too. I mean, it will for a while until the whole AI industry collapses. I don't think that's going to take very long. It's like any day now. Bubble's gonna pop. More reason to fight it right now, because if it continues to grow and grow and grow before it pops, it'll be even worse. But anyhow. Check this out. Volcano Doc, if you're still here, I'm sure you have things to do. But if we have any Volcano Doc viewers still watching, if Melissa has already gone off to do more important things, maybe bring this up with her later, because in my field, John Wesley Powell is a very, he's a beloved figure, very well admired. And I suspect that even in like hard rock geology, he's also respected and admired. This guy was the real deal. Holy cow.
Want to hear something wild? Despite losing...
And Dr. Hub says the American Southwest is experiencing a drought not seen since the Anasazi settlements were abandoned. Yep.
An arm at the Battle of Shiloh in 1862. Civil War veteran John Wesley Powell went on to make history as the man who tamed the Grand Canyon. The son of an English preacher, John Wesley Powell spent much of his childhood moving from state to state and soon developed a fascination with the American landscape. When he was 21, he walked across the entire state of Wisconsin. The following year, he rode the length of the Mississippi River. But when the Civil War broke out in 1861, Powell felt compelled to enlist in the Union Army. Amid the chaos and carnage of the Battle of Shiloh, he was shot in the arm, a wound that resulted in amputation. But that did not stop Powell from following his true calling, exploration. In 1869, he struck out on a dangerous and historic expedition of the Colorado River. Despite losing a boat and a supply of scientific equipment at the aptly dubbed Disaster Falls, Powell made it to the Grand Canyon in August 1869. A mile deep, 18 miles wide, and 227 miles long, this ancient rock formation was considered impossible to pass. But Powell struggled on, even when some of his crew refused. After long and arduous weeks, he finally made it out. Meanwhile, newspapers had mistakenly reported that Powell had perished. So
they did this multiple times. They're like, oh yeah, he dead. He's been killed. This is one of those guys where repeatedly he read about his own death in the newspaper. Imagine being somebody where multiple times you're reading your own obituary. Yeah.
His survival and success caused quite a sensation. As a result, Congress granted funding for a second expedition. It produced some of the most reliable maps of the Colorado River at the time. Powell went on to become a...
And you've never heard of John Wesley Powell? Oh, shoot. Volcano Dog, he is... Oh, man. So John Wesley Powell, he was head of the U.S. Geological Survey. He might have been the first head of the survey. And he had this grand plan for settling the American West in a way that was intelligent and responsible. He said, we're not going to push out the native people. We're going to live in harmony with them. We're going to stay out of their way. We're not going to settle in these areas that are incredibly parched. We can only kind of build settlements near major lakes or other sources of fresh water. And he had an idea for basically taking state boundaries or territorial boundaries at the time and abolishing them. And instead building, like, administering these areas based on the drainages. So like the Colorado River Basin, the Green River Basin, these different like water basins like that. It would be a way that kind of, it was a schema for building things around where the water is and not where we think it should be. You know? It's like accepting nature for how it is and living in harmony with it. And also living in harmony with the people who are already there. The guy was a visionary. But unfortunately, moneyed interests didn't agree with this. The railroads were striking out across the American West, and there was all kinds of real estate speculation and bribery and financial corruption, and they just decided to build towns wherever it was profitable for the railroads to build them. There were a lot of people who were making obscene amounts of money just kind of building out willy-nilly and then kind of scamming people to come out from the East Coast and, you know, rain follows the plow. Wherever you set up your farm, there will miraculously be more rain. And, you know, just selling people on this dream of agricultural prosperity in the middle of a desert. John Wesley Powell that's exactly what he was trying to prevent. But, well, a lot of people said there's money to be made. You know, there's East Coast rubes that we can fleece. Get them to move out here, sell them land, tell them that magically there will be more rain. He was trying to avoid this.
I'm a celebrated public speaker, a founding member of the National Geographic Society, and director of the U.S. Geological Survey, which continues to monitor the natural resources of the United States to this day. What do John Wesley Powell's achievements demonstrate?
Anywho. On my way out of Utah on Friday, I stopped by this museum in Green River, Utah. The John Wesley Powell Museum.
Powell Museum, the first John Wesley Powell out here.
And I talked to them about doing some live streams from there the next time I go back to Utah.
Time zones in this town. One's observed by the Navajo Nation. They observe daylight savings all year, and I've been really confused.
And they do have some fossils here.
And there's an ulna bone of one of them. And this is a Gryptosaurus skull.
Gryptosaurus monumentensis.
It's mostly original. Apparently these things were about 35 feet tall. And this is an example.
35 feet long, not tall.
Of what the Navajo used.
Anyway, really cool museum. This is an old video. Their stuff looks a bit more modern now. Here's an old video too, but that's okay. Anyway, I'm looking forward to doing a live stream from here. I talked to the director of the museum, and she's like, yeah, that's great. Do a stream from here. Help promote us. So I'm excited about that. It's going to be good. Anyhow. It's crazy that... I love this reenactment here. Look at this. So these reenactors here, I'm sure, have modern life vests on underneath their shirts and everything. They've got a boat, probably made of composite materials. At the time that John Wesley Powell was actually rafting down, boating down the Colorado and Green Rivers, going through these rapids, they had, wooden boats. They didn't have life vests. They didn't have any kind of modern safety equipment. They were literally hundreds of miles away sometimes from the nearest settlement. And they were completely alone, going through rapids, risking their lives. Every day they were staring death in the face. And yet they pulled through. There's a kind of a famous story where at one point John Wesley Powell's crew, 2 or 3 of them decided, this is too dangerous. We are going to just climb up the canyon. This is Glen Canyon in Utah. We're going to climb out of the canyon and we're going to go try and walk back to safety, walk back to civilization, because we're afraid that we're going to get killed in these rapids further downstream. And John Wesley Powell pleaded with them. He said, please do not go. We need your help. I understand that it's dangerous, but I think what you're doing is more dangerous. They didn't listen to him. They left. And then a few days later, they were murdered by some of the native people in that area. And John Wesley Powell and his remaining crew survived. They made it out of the canyon through some horrific rapids. They survived. And the people who were trying to escape to safety were killed. I just want to give you some sense for how intrepid and dangerous this was, I think this is a video from the museum there, yeah. This is one of the films that they used to show you at the museum. Journey into the Great Unknown. Did they ever make a movie about him? Not like a full-length Hollywood film, but they absolutely could. This is one of these grand stories in the history of American science. It is a real shame that there isn't like a major Hollywood production about John Wesley Powell, because it could be absolutely harrowing, you know? I wonder if you'd get to play him, though. Let's get some suggestions, chat. Who should play John Wesley Powell? Oh, shoot. You know who should? What's the guy's name from Parks and Rec? Nick Offerman. He could totally play John Wesley Powell. He totally could. Yeah. Yeah. I think that could work. Yeah, totally. I'd watch that. He would demand to build the boat himself, too, says his uncle. He probably would, if I know anything about Nick Offerman. Yeah. Anywho. It's funny, there's so many just near legendary stories from the history of American science that would make a phenomenal film. Full of drama and discovery and the mind boggles. Who is Joseph Leidy? We've cast him many times now. Wait, do we have him cast as Joseph Leidy? Crafting Cherry, thank you for the 4 months of support. I appreciate that. Good to have you here.
Science Shake.
Let me get some more water here, and then we're going to jump into Metazua and get that done for the day. Keep an eye on my 3D printer while we're doing this. Be right back. Jemby says, I may get a filament printer now just to make bones. That's so cool. Thanks, Jemby. There are so many different places where you can get good 3D models of fossils. Sketchfab is an excellent place. You can just search fossil, and we'll go to downloadable models. So from entire skeletons of critters like Teleoceras, it's a really cool ancient rhino, to all kinds of invertebrates, trilobites, fossil snake, Montosaurus skull, Triceratops skull, Zuniceratops. That's intriguing. Oh yeah, it's really low quality, or else I would have printed this already. It's just like a photogrammetric model. But anyhow, this is just on one website too. This is just on Sketchfab. Yeah. Ooh, a big Metoposaur. Mastodonsaurus. Neat. Forgot about this one. This would be a fun one to print. Big toilet seat-headed amphibian. Yeah. What a neat critter. Lovely. Mike A3000 says, what's your favorite color and brand of filament to print the fossils? That's a great question, Mike. Very specific. My favorite is Hatchbox PLA in copper, which is what I'm currently printing this in. But it very frequently goes out of stock. Here we go. Hatchbox, it's like half the price of Prusa filament, but I find it's like 90% as good. And it gives me a really nice kind of neutral color that I don't necessarily have to paint right away. I can show things off without having to put like a ton of post-processing into. Right now I'm printing a Diabloceratops skull. Bad boys. Life size. We will be assembling more of this at the end of the stream once that current part is done printing. But this is what I've got so far. This is my favorite color and brand of PLA filament. It's out of stock right now, which is frustrating. And I think I'm on my last spool. So once this is gone, I'm going to have to switch to something cheaper and browner. Let me double check to make sure it's not still back in stock yet. Still out of stock. Well, that's intriguing. Delivery tomorrow. Huh. Let's try that. See if it's any good. Anyhow. A Triceratops helmet you can wear. That's Prince Nerd. Sorry, I've got so many things on the docket right now. So many things in my printing backlog. I just finished slicing a Stegosaurus leg, a forelimb. It's gonna be like that big. That might be my next project after the Diabloceratops skull, so I don't know. I got a lot of things in the hopper. Anyhow. And Claire, the thing in the background is the pigeon, right there on the right. This up here is the pigeon. Yeah. And Drondra says most 3D printed filament doesn't bind well or at all in humidity. I've never had an issue with that. Yeah, I don't know. I live in a pretty humid place. Never once had an issue with that. Yeah. Anyhow. Nova Star says, what are the rhinos' ancient ancestry? So rhinoceros... Oh, here, this is a nice segue to get into Metazoa. Do our daily animal guessing challenge in just a moment here. So I'll use this as a segue. As far as we know, all life on Earth is related. Every living thing on our planet is descended from a single common ancestor about 3 or 4 billion years ago. So in the same way that you can look at your own family tree that you draw out, how you're related to your siblings, and then your cousins, and then your second cousins, and your grandparents, etc. It's the same thing for all life on Earth. Every living thing, as far as we know, is descended from one single common ancestor. We call this phylogeny, an evolutionary family tree, or tree of life. Let's find rhinos here. So rhinoceros are a kind of perissodactyl. So they are related to tapirs and to horses. First to tapirs and then horses a little bit more distantly. So here we go. Here's the perissodactyla, the odd-toed ungulates. So they either have one toe, like horses do, or three, like tapirs and rhinos. We've got the horses that split off here. And then here is the Ceratotheria, I think it's called. This is the group that includes tapirs and rhinos. So there's the tapirs and there's the rhinos. So the ancestor of all these critters would look a little something like, shoot, what is it called? I have a print of its skull that I haven't painted yet. Is it Paleotherium? Origins of Perissodactylia. There we go. Eohippus, Paraceratherium. Paleotherium. I think this might be it. It's an equoid, so it's related to horses. Yeah. We'll just use Paleotherium as an example. Yeah, so the ancestor of the horses and tapirs and rhinos would have looked a little something like this, which makes sense. It looks kind of like a cross between a horse and a tapir and a rhino, which is kind of what these artists were going for when they illustrated it like this. But, yeah. Paleotherium. Sometimes it's portrayed with a kind of trunky thing like this, like a tapir. And sometimes it's portrayed as being a little bit more horse-like. We're not sure exactly what's going on with the soft tissue on the face. Yeah, Paleotherium. And a hornless rhino pony. There you go, sandwiches, please. Yeah, essentially. Yeah. Anywho, good stuff. Speaking of this, here, let's get into Metazoa, our daily animal guessing challenge. In this, we have to try and figure out what our mystery animal of the day is, in 20 guesses or fewer. And the way that we do this is with a phylogeny, an evolutionary family tree. Let's jump in.
Hold on to your butts.
They give us 20 guesses. I'm going to try and do it in fewer than 5. The way that it works is we type in the name of an animal, and then it'll show us the most exclusive evolutionary clade that includes our animal and the mystery animal. If we're really close, it'll be a really small group with only a few species. If we're really far away, it'll be a huge group, and we'll have our work cut out for us. This game is kind of heavily biased toward mammals, so I usually like to start with a mammal. I'm going to start with a mouse, because that's a good place to start. And right off the bat, that was a good choice. Good choice. Lenina says it took me an embarrassing 7 guesses today. Uh-oh. I'll see if I can beat that, Lenina. Our critter is not a rodent. It's not a mouse, but it is part of Boreutheria. So going out from perissodactyls here, horses, tapirs, rhinos, let's go out to Boreutheria. Laurasia-theria, Boro-eutheria. So again, we said, Metazua, is our creature a mouse today? And Metazua says, nope, not a mouse. Best I can do for you today is Boro-eutheria. And so that actually gives us a lot of information. We guessed mouse. It says nope, Boro-eutheria. Here's Boro-eutheria here. Mice are part of this group, the Euarchontoglires. This is where we were yesterday, when our critter turned out to be a gorilla. So we know it's part of Boro-eutheria, but it's not part of Euarchontoglires. We know it's got to be part of Laurasia-theria here. This is cats and bats, but not rats. Hedgehogs, moles, rhinos, lions, etc. It could be part of Eulipotyphla, but I kind of doubt that. There's not very many of them. It's probably going to be either an Artiodactyl or part of, what is this, Scrotifera over here? This is bats and cats and dogs and rhinos and stuff. Let's try a carnivoran. Carnivora is a really big clade, and it's overrepresented in this game. Let's try that. Let's try, I don't know, hyena to start with. Hyenas are a kind of feliform carnivoran, despite the fact that they look kind of like dogs, or despite that you might think they look like dogs. Hyenas are actually part of the cat group. Let's try hyena and see where we go. Oh, okay. Lucky guess. It is a feliform, but it's not a hyena. So within the carnivorans, you've got a major split that occurs right at the base. You've got the dog-like carnivorans. This is dogs, bears, seals, sea lions, otters, badgers, weasels, etc. And then you have the cat-like carnivorans, the feliforms. This is cats like leopards, tigers, lions, cheetahs. Also, mongoose, meerkats, hyenas, civets, binturongs, I think, are part of this too. Yeah. So right off the bat, we know it's not a hyena, because that's what we guessed. And hyenas are over... Where? Where's the hyenas? Where are you, hyenas? Hyenas are here. Okay. The hyena family. So it's probably not going to be a cat, because I think cats and hyenas are allied. Let's check on that real quick. We might be being too clever for our own good, but I'm going to try it anyway. Hyenas are part of Herpestoidea, which includes mongoose, carnivorans from Madagascar, and hyenas. Okay. So we can ignore the mongoose and things like the fusa from Madagascar, and we can ignore the hyenas. So it might well be a cat. I think this tree is probably a little bit out of date. Although, yeah, it's weird. Here, hyenas are put right next to the cats. And mongoose are over here. But according to Wikipedia has, hyenas and mongoose should be allied. They should be closest together. Interesting. Let's try a cat. Give me a cat to guess, chat. Lion, tiger, bobcat, jaguar. Football coach says, mind blown that hyenas are considered cat-like and not dog-like. It's not just that they're cat-like, it's that they're literally related to cats. Yeah. Yeah, I know they might look kind of doggy, but they are close relatives of cats. Chudley says Garfield. Let's try that. That's not in there. Let's try like jaguar. I don't think we've gotten them before, and I feel like we've done a lot of other cats. I feel like we got lynx and snow leopard recently. I don't know if we got tiger. Let's try jaguar. Jaguar is part of genus Panthera, right? It's Panthera onca, right? Jaguar. Yeah, Panthera onca. So this genus includes the tiger, the lion, the leopard, and the jaguar. This is a good place to start, I think. Let's do jaguar.
Hold on to your butts.
And it is in genus Panthera. Good, but it's not a jaguar. Okay, we're getting close. We've used 3 guesses so far. Let's see how clever about this we can be. So within genus Panthera, you've got the lion, the jaguar, the leopard, and the tiger, and the snow leopard. Here we go. Cats. Felidae. And then within that, you've got genus Panthera, which is over here. Clouded leopard, that's odd. Neophilus, that's a different genus. Snow leopard Uncia. Interesting. I've always heard them called Panthera Uncia. Yeah, Panthera Uncia. Anyway, roaring cats is genus Panthera, according to this. It could be a lion, it could be a leopard or a tiger, or possibly a snow leopard. You know what? I feel like we should do a poll. Come on, Twitch dashboard. There we go. Okay. Which species of Panthera should we guess next? Lion, tiger, leopard, let's try that, because we know it's not jaguar. Start poll. You pick, chat. Leopard is in the lead. Tiger and lion are tied. Oh, they're catching up to leopard, though. Bit by bit, lion is pulling ahead of tiger. Leopard's still in the lead. Lion and tiger are now tied. Tiger's pulled ahead. Tiger catching up to leopard here. Tiger is pulled ahead, now in the lead. 6 votes ahead of leopard. Looks like tiger might run away with it. And snow leopard is a different species. I know Marispace, yeah. A different genus, according to some people. Looks like tiger might win. And there we go. It's tiger. Well, 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 chat. Let's see here. Tiger.
Hold on to your butts.
And that's it. Well done. Shoot. There was like a 33% chance, but you got it. You got it in 4 guesses, not too shabby. Thank you, everybody. Excellent. Good stuff. Here, let's post that here. For randomly selecting we go. Bringing that average down to 5.3 now. Not too shabby. Well done. Let's watch a little video about tigers, shall we? There's 2 living species. Or are they subspecies? There's Panthera tigris is the tiger. There's the Emmer tiger, also known as the Siberian tiger, and the Bengal tiger, which I've also heard called the Indian tiger. Are they subspecies, Charlie's Dragon? That would make sense, yeah. Because Panthera tigris is the species that I recall. The world's largest living cat, the tiger. There we go. The true king of the jungle. Well said.
Like the lions we've talked about previously, tigers are considered big cats, meaning they aren't able to purr and they roar.
Which, that's not why they're big cats. That's a thing that big cats share. But I want to make it really clear that the reason why they are big cats is because they're all related to one another. They're not just friends. They're literally family. They're over here. So these 4 species, and according to some people, the snow leopard as well, are all part of genus Panthera. When there's a genus, that means that there are, there we go. There's the genus name and the species name. Panthera is the genus. So a genus is a group of 1 or more species that all share a common ancestor. They all evolved from the same thing. So with the roaring cats, genus Panthera, leopards, tigers, jaguars, lions, they all evolved from 1 ancestral species. There's a grandparent for all of these that was the same thing, and it's since split. As these critters have moved out across the globe, entered different environments, they've adapted to those local environments, and they've become different. But they all came from the same ancestor. That's why they're part of the same genus. Does that make sense? That's why these are the big cats. That's why they're related, is because they all came from the same ancestor. Sure, all of them roar instead of purring. That's not what makes them big cats. It's just, that's all something that they inherited. That's a hand-me-down from their common ancestor. Does that make sense? Yeah.
Also, like lions, there is only 1 accepted living species of tiger. Maybe this sounds strange. If you're anything like me and grew up playing Zoo Tycoon, then you know there are Bengal and Siberian tigers.
And hang on a second, Lunapath. Hey, thank you for the gift sub there. I really appreciate it. Thank you kindly.
Loonpath 77 gifted Loonpath 77 a subscription.
Thank you for gifting Lunapath a subscription, Lunapath. I don't know why it does that. That's so funny. But you needed the badge? I appreciate you, Lunapath. Thank you for supporting science outreach here on Twitch. I really appreciate that. Good stuff. Let's get back to Los Tigres.
Surely they aren't the same species. I mean, they look completely different in the game. Technically, they are the same species. Technically, all tigers are the same species. However, like the lions, there are subspecies of tigers, and there are actually more tiger subspecies than lion subspecies.
Huh. So a subspecies is like, it's kind of an in-between. So they're not new species yet, but if they're allowed to continue to evolve in separate directions, eventually they will become different species. That's how evolution works. So anytime you see a subspecies like that, that's a population that's become reproductively isolated. So they're no longer breeding with like the parent subspecies anymore. They're their own thing, and if you give them long enough, they will eventually become an entirely different species. If they're allowed to continue to evolve in isolation. But that's dependent upon their continued survival, and tigers are really persecuted. like there are, I've heard this before, there are more tigers living in Texas right now, in captivity, many of them in filthy little cages, than there are tigers living in the wild in India, in China.
Dinosaur! Gigantic dinosaurs attacking our board!
A dinosaur?
What? What? Freaky. Thank you, Freaky, for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Good to have you here. And Charlie's Dragon says the tiger subspecies have been redone in recent years and reduced to Panthera tigris tigris and Panthera tigris sundaica. Interesting. Huh. Okay. But yeah, some of these are extinct now. South China tiger, Bali tiger, Javan tiger, and Caspian tiger. They've been completely wiped out. They are now extinct. So these are things that would have eventually become different species of tiger. Those lineages have been cut off. Those dynasties are over. They are... They've been wiped out. It's tragic. We got to make sure that doesn't happen to tigers in general, you know?
Well, depending on who you ask. Since we tend to stay away from going into subspecies on this channel, we're giving you this on-screen list of some of the tiger subspecies. Today's video will focus on the entire tiger group as a whole, but if we come across any glaring differences between subspecies that seem worth mentioning, we'll make note of them.
Interesting,
averaging 400 pounds in weight and 10 feet in length, including their tails. Tigers are the largest living cats on our planet. Really, these guys should be named the kings of the jungle.
We could do like Papa Jim does, Jim Kirkland, you know. They're not just the largest cats on the planet, they're the largest cats in the solar system. Which is true by definition, I guess, right? This is the largest cat in the solar system.
Because they actually live there, though they live in plenty of other places too. Tigers may live in wet tropical forests, mangrove swamps, dry thorny woodlands, and even mountainous areas with
very
snow.
adaptable.
It might seem like a tiger's orange and black stripes would stand out against the green leaves of these forested habitats.
Oh, but their prey are largely colorblind. So the stripes help break up their silhouette, even though, what's that? Is that like a Rudyard Kipling poem? Yeah. Tiger, tiger, burning bright in the forests of the night. What immortal hand or eye could frame thy fearful symmetry? That's William Blake, okay. The thing is, they are really well camouflaged to their prey. So to us, they look like they're bright orange, but to their prey who are largely colorblind, critters like deer and other mammals, those stripes help break up their silhouette. They are really well camouflaged if you can't see orange, you know? And what about the peafowl? Those are a lot harder to catch. Yeah, if they're going after a peacock or a peahen, they can see in full color vision. So the tigers have got to be much more careful, you know? Yeah. And Mayor Space says, how did their fur get so vibrant orange instead of just being a regular brown? I think it helps to, since it's a little bit lighter colored, it works kind of in direct sunlight or in dappled shade or under like full forest cover. Orange like that is, if you desaturate it completely, it can blend into the background really well. Again, we're used to seeing orange, and you know, for us that being a really vibrant color. Think about, you know, an orange traffic cone. This is supposed to be vibrant and eye-catching, but if you make it grayscale, that kind of like value can just kind of recede into the background. It's funny how that works, you know? Yeah. Anyhow. The color is weird, yeah. Yeah. Especially when you get rid of it. But yeah, take an orange traffic cone and put it in grayscale. Well, I was hoping there'd be a nice... I could run a little experiment here. Where... Copy image. So open this up in Photoshop and reduce the saturation. Let's take a look here. Wait for Photoshop to open. You can do it, Photoshop. You can do it, Windows. Initializing panels, initializing HTML, okay. There we go. Okay. Let's take that, turn our saturation down. And look, just like that, what was super bright, what really, really stood out before, now completely blends in with the background. Orange is like a delicate color in that sense, where if you reduce the saturation, it kind of just fades into the background. Funny how that works, right? It's the same thing with a tiger's coloration. You know, we look at a tiger and we go, shoot, that is really bright. But to their prey, who cannot see orange, they just fade into the background, you know? Evol says, what doesn't see red tones? Most mammals. So the vast majority of mammals, you know, the group that we belong to as humans. Humans are an exception as primates. But when we're looking at mammals, including Sweetie Pie here, who's about to jump onto the desk, I think, they can't see color. Tigers can't see in color like that. Most mammals are mostly colorblind. So, mice, elephants, echidnas, hares, hedgehogs, rats, and bats, they cannot really see in color. So, oh, here we go. Perfect example. Here we go. Human vision. Contrast that with deer vision. The tiger just blends in, you know? Does that make sense? Yeah.
Sure do.
Hey, Shark Geek. Welcome, welcome. Yeah. Sweetie Pie, you've returned. You're making more trouble over here? Stop pushing that camera around. Stop that. Yeah. And JB says, geez, the deer are just screwed. I mean, yeah. That's why tigers evolved that pattern like that. The stripes help break up their silhouette. And this is a funny thing, too, with, like, I always laugh when I see, like, oh, real tree camo. Oh, look at this. I have a shirt that looks like it's got leaves of bark on it, because I'm a real country guy. It's like, you're kidding yourself, right? This doesn't work as camouflage, because you're not breaking up your silhouette. this is largely the same kind of like tone and value overall. It doesn't actually work to break up your silhouette. There was a really interesting thing that I saw one time where here we go. Sometimes it turns out that like a really gaudy Hawaiian shirt something like this, for instance, is much better camouflage if there's a guy out hunting deer. This will be a better camouflage shirt to wear than like that, super expensive real tree camo. Because that is largely the same value across it. Sure, it has leaves printed on it or whatever. So people buy it, they go, oh, it looks like camouflage, right? But it doesn't actually break up your silhouette. This has big light streaks that go across it like that. Like, when you're walking up to a deer, what you want to do is break up your silhouette. You don't want it to be able to identify, like, oh, that's a person-shaped thing. You want big light splotches and big black splotches, dark splotches. It helps obscure your silhouette. So, like, this would be much better camouflage against something like a deer than the real tree camo, you know? Yeah. And there was a guy who tested this, and I'm trying to find that. Like, you used to be able to find it really easily on Google Images, and I'm not sure what happened. But it doesn't work if somebody is trying to hunt, like, turkey, because turkeys are birds, and they have full color vision. They will spot you from a mile away. But a deer are colorblind. They largely see in, like, black and white or in shades of green, a little bit of yellow. So anyway, yeah. But yeah. UCP pet. I'm familiar with this, Azako. Yeah, it is pretty goofy. Yeah. But I don't know. It's funny to me that, like, you know, like, this is horrendous camouflage if you're trying to hide from a deer. It doesn't break up your silhouette at all. You just turn into, like, a human-shaped gray blob. And deer will be like, dude, there's a guy over there. You need something that'll break up your silhouette. Kind of like dazzle camouflage. So during World War I, ships were sometimes painted in these really gaudy patterns like this. Because the idea was that when you're a U-boat captain looking through a periscope, and you see this ship here, it's really difficult to tell, like, what's the silhouette? Where's the bow of the ship? And which direction is it headed in, and all of that. If you're trying to set up your shot with torpedoes, and you're doing, like, your trigonometry equation to be able to figure out what speed and what angle do I need to fire these torpedoes at in order to intercept the ship along its present course, if you can't tell what the present course or speed of that ship is, then you can't set up your shot. Same kind of thing, you know? So, yeah. Anywho. Multicam. Interesting, Hazanku. Okay, yeah. Plus it looks snazzy. I mean, it's an interesting thing. I don't know. Here, I wonder if we can find a real quick video on dazzle camo, because it's an interesting idea. Yeah, check this out.
This is camouflage. And during World War I, this ship was not alone. It was called dazzle camouflage, and the irregular shapes were paired with bright colors, like this blue. So when artists painted scenes like this or this, they weren't just playing with paint. They were showing the final defense that hundreds upon hundreds of ships use against torpedoes.
Yep.
British artist Norman Wilkinson painted scenes like these and specialized in nautical pictures. He ran the Royal Navy's camoufleur program. Yes, camoufleur. One who
Most
camouflaged.
extraordinary group of animals that have ever appeared on this planet.
Spindy K.
The dinosaurs.
Thanks for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing.
Previous camoufleurs had tried shades of gray or blue, but Wilkinson suggested dazzle. Unpredictable patterns with a range of colors. There were some really bright ones. Hiding a ship was hard. The ocean and sky were constantly changing colors, and that made it hard to pick a single shade of paint that could help a ship slip by unnoticed. But it was possible to hide what the ship was doing.
Yep. That's the idea, at least. It's kind of disputed how effective this really was, which is one of the reasons why dazzle camouflage is not nearly as common as it used to be. A lot of people kind of doubt its effectiveness nowadays, but the reasoning behind it was solid. It's just like, in practice, does it really actually proffer an advantage?
The U-boat, submarine, and torpedoes were the big new threat in World War I, but the U-boat had limitations. To shoot a torpedo, you needed to know the angle, distance, and speed of the ship you were shooting at.
Yep.
The ship was moving, and so was the submarine.
And so this is why when ships are operating in waters where they know that there are submarines hunting around, they'll often have like a set kind of pattern that they take while they'll maneuver back and forth. They won't just go in a straight line, because that makes it a really easy problem to solve. If you're jogging left and right all the time, and then you're slowing down and speeding up and all of that, it makes it much more difficult to hit you with a torpedo. Because often a submarine that's lurking there is it might be a mile away or more, and it's trying to fire torpedoes so that they will intercept the ship. They'll come together at a certain point. But if the ship is going all kinds of different ways, it's really difficult to set up that shot and actually get them to come in contact.
Now imagine a ship through a periscope from 8,000 meters away.
Yeah.
When you dazzled a ship, you made it hard for the U-boats to know where to aim.
Yep.
Here is a normal boat and a dazzled boat. On the normal boat, you can see the bow and stern, and you can gauge key attributes to guess at the speed. It's a lot harder on the dazzled boat.
And Sandwich's Priest is also sonar. Well, I mean, typically submarines will not use sonar when they were actively hunting ships like this, because that gives away the position of the submarine. You would use passive sonar, but you're not going to be pinging, because that will give away exactly where you are, and then they'll send destroyers or sub-chasers after you, and they'll sink you with depth charges. Or they'll ram you if you're close enough to the surface. So when submarines are actively hunting merchant vessels or warships or whatever, they're doing so silently. And you can have your sonar man aboard the boat, like, marking the bearing of the target ship in reference to your boat, but it's not like you're actively pinging with sonar. Does that make sense?
Boat.
Yeah.
Lines like these were false waves, so it was hard to guess which direction was the bow or front of the boat and where it was going. The colors made it hard to tell how quickly the boat was moving from one point in the view to another, or to use a rangefinder to guesstimate its distance.
So again, this is breaking up the silhouette and just like making it hard to tell even what kind of a ship it is and how big it is and what the range is and all of that. By breaking up the silhouette like that, you're hoping to like fool the observer.
Everything looked sort of wrong under dazzled patterns, which made a ship's course tough to assess. Is it going this way? Or is it going this way? A few degrees could be the difference between life or death.
Yep.
You could see it, but you couldn't guess direction or speed to guide your torpedo. Dazzle patterns were always different and kept top secret. The starboard and port sides were designed to be unpredictable. Modelers even tested visibility, using tiny boats and simulated periscopes just to see what was most confusing. This is warfare at its cutest. Even experts were fooled by the direction of the ship. Out in the ocean, tricking a torpedo saved lives. Dazzle camo inspired people from all disciplines as it traveled worldwide. One zoologist claimed to have invented it inspired by zebras. British artists with cubist-inspired backgrounds became camoufleurs. And photoscientists in America made their own models too, like in this 1919 MIT thesis. Even the sister ship to the Titanic became dazzling when it was turned into a troop ship.
Yep. Britannic, right?
At the end of World War I, periscopes and weaponry improved, as well as strategies to deter U-boats. On the other end, dazzle paint was hard to maintain. Radar furthered the decline of Dazzle's utility, though the camo was used in World War II on ships and even on planes. Dazzle inspired fashion trends at the time, and the artists who painted it on ships. Norman Wilkinson made this painting of the dazzled ships he helped make mainstream. The U-boat's rise and particular weaknesses opened a unique window in history, like a camouflage loophole. For a brief period, it made sense to stand out. Paint fades. But even today, Dazzle lives up to its name.
Good stuff.
So if you look at these Dazzle ships and think about cubism, you aren't wrong to make them.
Here's a link to that right there. So why did we get into this in the first place? Well, tigers have their own kind of dazzle camouflage. In a sense. They've got these stripes that help break up their silhouette, and they are also counter-shaded, too. And Mod Prime Tier 1, hey, welcome. Good to have you here. Tigers have those stripes, and they also have what we call counter-shading, which is something we now know certain dinosaurs had as well. I've shown this video many times before. I'm going to show it again because it's really cool. This is about Sinosauropteryx.
Revealing what color dinosaurs were was once thought impossible, but the discovery around a decade ago that some pigments can actually preserve in fossils has allowed us to reconstruct the likely color patterns of certain dinosaur species. One of the best places to find pigments preserved in dinosaurs is the early Cretaceous G-hole biota of China. Discovered here in the mid-1990s, Sinosauropteryx has feathers preserved that retain remnants of the original pigment that gave the animal its color in life. This means that we can reconstruct its color patterns to give a better understanding of how it may have behaved and to tell us more about the environment in which it lived. One of the color patterns seen on Sinosauropteryx is that it had a dark back and a light underside.
Tigers have the same thing. They have what we call counter shading. Dark on top, light underneath. A tiger's belly is kind of whitish, as you can see here, but its top side is darker. This is another kind of basic camouflage.
There's a kind of camouflage called counter shading. It works because in the daytime, sunlight comes from above, meaning that the top surface of an object is illuminated, while the underside is shadowed. In seeing this...
And so, if you just have a tube that is just plain gray like this, there we go. Illuminated from the top side will be lighter, the underside will be darker. You can counter shade it. You can flip that on its head by making your top side darker and your underside lighter, and this helps to counteract that, so you stand out less,
Object is illuminated, while the underside is shadowed. In seeing this, our brains are able to recognize things as three-dimensional objects. In counter-shaded animals, the top surface is darker and the lower surface is lighter. This evens out the effect of shadowing, so counter-shaded animals appear less three-dimensional,
So they're not trying to completely fade into the background. You just want to make yourself that much less conspicuous. That's the idea. And that's why so many different creatures employ countershading. Everything from reef sharks to penguins to tuna to dogs. This is funny because honey badgers actually do the opposite. They want to be seen. They're like, hey, look at me, get out of my way. So they do the opposite. But sharks want to sneak up on their prey. Here's tiger sharks here. They've got that dark top side, light underside. Skunks want to do the opposite. They want you to know, oh shoot, there's a skunk there. So they have light on top, dark underneath. They want to stand out. Does that make sense? And this is the same thing in things like warships. So like submarines would do this too. Especially in World War II. They'd be dark on top and lighter underneath. Same with warplanes. Yeah, so a Supermarine Spitfire here. Dark on top, light underneath.
Would be benefit for both predators and prey. Importantly, lighting conditions vary between different types of habitat.
So this is really cool. Not only is counter shading a thing, but there's variations, there's degrees within it that I think make it really fascinating. Check this out.
Animals living in open areas with lots of light tend to have a sharp, dark to light transition high up on the body.
So really stark line, high up on the body if you're living out on the prairie, out in the field, out in areas that are open, where you've got harsh shadows, direct sunlight. You want a sharp transition high up on the
Lighting
body.
conditions vary between different types of habitat. Animals living in open areas with lots of light tend to have a sharp, dark to light transition high up on the body, while animals living in closed areas, such as forests, tend to have more gradual transitions positioned lower down.
Does that make sense? So, if you can figure out what the coloration is of an extinct animal, like Sinosauropteryx, and you can figure out where that transition from light to dark happens when they're countershaded, you can surmise what kind of environment they were living in.
This means that we could determine the likely habitat that Sinosauropteryx was living in 130 million years ago, based on its pattern of countershading. To determine in which environment the countershading in Sinosauropteryx would have been most effective, we made three-dimensional models of its body and observed them under varying light conditions. This showed us exactly where shadows would occur in each different habitat. We then compared that to the actual color patterns seen in the fossils. The countershading transition was abrupt and high up on the body, best positioned to negate the shadows cast by direct sunlight. We can therefore infer that Sinosauropteryx was best suited to have lived in an open environment. With this work, we have shown that by looking at paleocolor, we can start to understand important aspects of the behaviors of extinct animals, and also better interpret the long-lost habitats and environments in which they lived.
Really cool stuff. Yeah. Here is a link to that video right here. Isn't that cool, Peanut Butter Princess? Yeah, really awesome. Super cool stuff. Anyway, back to our tigers, who, despite their vibrant color patterns, they're actually excellently camouflaged. Really, really good.
10 feet in length, including their tails. Tigers are the largest living cats on our planet. Really, these guys should be named the kings of the jungle, because they actually live there, though they live in plenty of other places too. Tigers may live in wet tropical forests, mangrove swamps, dry thorny woodlands, and even mountainous areas with snow. It might seem like a tiger's orange and black stripes would stand out against the green leaves of these forested habitats, but a tiger's stripes are actually perfectly designed to help their bodies
Not designed, they're evolved. This is a marvelous adaptation that
disappear among the vegetation dappled with irregular rays of sunlight. This
Yep, again, to show you, tigers have exquisite camouflage if you're an animal that doesn't see in color, like, say, deer, which is one of the, the primary prey of a tiger. This could be cool.
Hey, smart people, Joe here. No, over here. You just got fooled by camouflage. You might think your eyes just got tricked, but what I actually just did was take advantage of how your brain has been programmed by millions of years of evolution. That's something we don't usually think about when it comes to nature's ultimate game of hide and seek. Camouflage isn't just about what happens on the outside. It's about what happens in here. Today we're gonna look at a whole bunch of cool examples of camouflage, find out how they really work, and ask if nature's disguises can help us understand how we and other animals perceive the world.
Speaking of perceiving the world in cool ways, I implore everybody watching to follow both Shark Geek and Science streams. We're both here in the chat simultaneously. Shark Geek does ocean conservation streams kind of focused around sharks. He dives with sharks, and he'll show you footage from that. Really cool stuff. I was lucky enough to hang out with Shark Geek and paddle around the mangrove swamps. The swamp, it's a word with like kind of a negative connotation. The mangrove environs, the mangrove wetlands of Atlantic Coast, Florida. I was out there with him in May, and that was such a privilege. Go follow Shark Geek right now. And Science Streams does awesome outreach here on Twitch as well. We got to raid into Science Streams yesterday. Balint and his wife Lita are molecular and systems biologists, and they do science outreach here on Twitch. Everything from microscopy, looking at, as they say, tiny worlds under the microscope, to talking about recent advances in genetics and molecular biology. Really cool, welcoming, informal, upbeat community that Science has got going on over there. So go follow Shark Geek and Science streams. Anyway.
When you think of camouflage, you probably think of blending into the background, right? But camouflage actually comes in many different forms. Sometimes it's about looking like something else entirely. Sometimes it's about looking two-dimensional. Sometimes it's about looking confusing. And yes, sometimes it's about disappearing completely. But although camouflage comes in many forms, they're all part of the same game of hide and seek between predators that want to eat and prey that don't want to be eaten. In southern Finland, tawny owls hide out in a mix of woods and farmland. These birds come in both gray and brown, but until recently the ones living in Finland were mostly gray, which made them hard to pick out against the snowy background. But in recent decades, Finland's winters have been getting milder. There's less snow falling, and the woods now stay brown during many winters. Now, the light-colored owls stick out against the darker landscape, their prey can see them easier, and the owls end up hungry. So over time, the lighter owls have been dying off, and the brown ones are taking over. This is natural selection at work right before our eyes.
Really cool stuff. I'll give you a link. We're not going to watch the whole thing. We're going to get back to our tigers. There you go. Tigers have a really interesting... Well, is there a part about tigers in here, actually? Let's just do a quick keyword search in the transcript. Tigre. Yeah.
For instance, an orange tiger trying to hide in green vegetation might seem like an evolutionary oopsie, but the animals that tigers prey on, like deer, only have 2 types of color-sensitive cells in their eyes compared to our 3. It makes it hard for them to tell the difference between red and green. This hunting camouflage is marketed to take advantage of the specific color-sensing cells in deer's eyes.
And that it does break up the silhouette a bit, but...
So while your awesome human vision might be able to pick me out, this is what it looks like to them.
Which almost looks worse.
Or at least as close as we can simulate it with our measly technology.
So, unfortunately for the deer, tigers are perfectly camouflaged to their prey.
Yep.
This works in a similar way to the markings found on baby tapirs, which we've talked about in a previous episode. Currently, tigers are living in just a small percentage of their former home range. They can be found in fragmented populations throughout parts of Asia, including China, Russia, India, Korea, and the Himalayas. Here, they enjoy meals of wild boar, deer, water buffalo, rats, frogs, fish, gaur, and sometimes even bears.
Yep, so Siberian tigers, aka Amur tigers, they will actually hunt and eat female brown bears. So like the Asian equivalent of a grizzly bear. They don't normally go after the males, they go after the sows, the females. But that's like a significant portion of their diet. Kind of wild, you know? But yeah, Kleber says poor bears. I mean, yeah. But it gives you some idea of like the hunting prowess of a tiger, you know? Here. Tiger, Siberian tiger. Interspecific predatory relationships. There we go. If you'd like to read more about this. Yeah, there has been a good amount of study on this.
Tigers primarily hunt at night, typically rely on sight and sound for hunting, as opposed to smell, and, uncharacteristically of many cats, they don't mind taking a swim if necessary to find a good meal, or even just to cool off. Tigers are primarily solitary creatures, though mothers may be seen with their offspring. Female tigers go through reproductive cycles approximately every 6 weeks, and for a period of less than a week, they will be receptive to the advances of males. A male tiger will know a female is ready for breeding because of chemical cues she'll give off in her urine, which she uses to mark her territory.
A lot of mammals
After
do
mating,
this.
the male and female will part ways, leaving her to raise the cubs on her own. A female tiger may have anywhere from 1 to 7 cubs in a litter, though 3 is the average. The young tigers may remain with their mothers until they are 3 years old, at which point they will venture off on their own, though it'll still be a year or 2 before they begin breeding. As apex predators, tigers really only face humans as a constant source of danger. Pressures from habitat loss and poaching have dwindled tiger populations, though in some areas, thanks to conservation efforts, their numbers are increasing. In the wild, tigers may live to be 2 decades old. For more facts on tigers, check out the links in the description. Thank you to Caleb for today's request. Give a thumbs up if you learned something.
Good stuff. Here is a link to that video right here. Yeah. So cool. Our mystery animal of the day. A tiger. Superb. Anywho, why don't we get back into the main focus of our stream today, as it was yesterday. There we go.
The public and the academic community can really...
Let's get back to this. I'm going to start it from the beginning, just to, like, give folks an opportunity. People who weren't here yesterday, you'll see the very beginning of it. Then we'll skip to the halfway mark where we were. I'm going to run to the bathroom real quick. I'll be right back. But this is a documentary that just came out a week ago about the commercial fossil trade. So, this is a major issue that we're dealing with as paleontologists, is that it used to be back in the day we could, you know, kind of assume that scientifically important fossils would be available for scientists to study. But increasingly, especially in places like the United States, fossils are now off limits in a lot of places to scientists. There's been a big commercial market that has opened up, and now fossil dealers are taking sometimes really scientifically important fossils and then just selling them to the highest bidder on the international market. In some cases, these fossils are stolen from places like China and Mongolia and Argentina, where fossils are protected by law, Canada too. And then in some places like the US, if something is found on private land, it belongs to the private landowner regardless of its potential scientific importance. In the US, as a paleontologist, you used to be able to go out to like any ranch or farm or large plot of land in the country, even if it's privately owned, and you could, have a cordial talk with the landowner and be like, hey, we're from the local university. We're looking for scientifically important fossils. Do you mind if we explore on your land a little bit? And, if we find a cool new species, maybe we'll name it after you or something, But, like, we're doing this for science. They used to be like, yes, please. That sounds really cool. Come on out. That doesn't really happen anymore. Due to the rise of the commercial fossil market, generally speaking, anytime you talk to a private landowner, they expect a huge sum of money. They're like, well, you're going to fork over several $1 million to be able to, excavate a fossil on my land, right? Because dinosaurs are big money, aren't they? Well, they're not. Not for us. Not for the paleontologists who actually study these things. The commodification of these fossils has become a real problem. And this PBS documentary is about that. Although it's not really framed in that way, it kind of feels like just a big advertisement for the commercial fossil trade. So we've been watching this for the latter half of yesterday's stream, and we're going to continue it now. Let's get back into it. But enjoy the first couple minutes here, because it's very funny. At the beginning, they're like, I know all of this seems incredibly shady, but rest assured, it's all legal, I'm going to run to the bathroom. I'll be right back. Let's get this started, and then we'll skip to the halfway point where we left off.
I'll start by saying the events shown in this documentary are totally legal. We're talking about a legitimate market. We're talking about something going on in broad daylight.
Today, a new market is emerging around the world. Wealthy enthusiasts are collecting dinosaur bones like others collect works of art.
The coloring, the lighting, the textures on the bones can really be very beautiful.
Fossils are the same as a painting, so you can have them both in the museum, you can both have them at home.
Dinosaur skeletons are so rare, they stir up a great deal of excitement, which can lead to excessive speculation.
I always say that far fewer dinosaurs go on sale each year around the world than beautiful Picassos.
A specimen named Big John has once again created a buzz in the art world.
That was a very impressive skeleton. It was certainly a large skeleton, and I knew immediately we had a really cool skeleton.
This is the largest known Triceratops in the world today.
It's not. It's not. Again, to to return to Denver Fowler's comments about this.
Going in this auction are actually, I think sometimes you get real junk that's sold for many millions of dollars, which is one of the reasons why these things go to auction. Just that in auctions, it's the buyer who sets the price, not the seller. I don't think any seller would ever get away with charging $8.5 million for Big John. I always pull up Big John because it's quite possibly one of the worst fossils ever sold at auction that raised more than $1 million. It's a truly the Triceratops, right? Yeah, it's allegedly the biggest Triceratops, but that's because they reconstructed it incorrectly. and basically exaggerated the size of the skull. If you look at the size of certain parts of the skull, you can see it's nowhere near as big as it's purported to be. But they found a few scientists to stick their name on a paper and say it was really big and things, which really shouldn't have happened because the specimen is still private. But as long as we see that kind of thing happen, but
anywho, here's a link to this too, with a timestamp. But this is that's my former crew chief Denver Fowler. There, I was working with him again this past summer in Montana. But anyway, this is a piece of garbage here. And it sold for what, $7 million or something insane like that? It's trash, you know?
But will it sell for a large price?
Unfortunately, it did, but it is junk. Just basura. This is garbage. So anyway, my point in showing you this is to... It's something that unfortunately we have to deal with as vertebrate paleontologists. Unfortunately, so many of the headlines that normal people every day are seeing about dinosaurs are about these auctions. And it's kind of crowding out the actual science that we're doing in headlines too. I made this point yesterday several times, but I've had conversations with people who work at online newspapers or even print newspapers. Been like, hey, would you be interested in reporting on this really cool discovery that my team is working on, or here's field work that we've been up to, and, we think this sort of thing is something the public would be interested in. And I've been told straight up, oh, no, we can't do that because we just did a dinosaur story last week about that auction. So, we're kind of dinosaured out for right now. Like, what? Ah! The actual science is being crowded out by crass commercialism. And that's really frustrating, Oni. Yeah. Let's get back to where we were here, though. Go back just a touch.
Very soon.
That was Japan. We now have 6 countries, 6 very interesting requests. They obviously want all the details about the...
So I kind of wonder whether PBS just, purchased this documentary from this guy. It kind of feels like this guy and his company commissioned a documentary as an advertisement for their business, essentially, or for this whole industry. And then PBS is like, yeah, I guess we'll buy that, and we'll say it was a PBS thing. I don't know what the deal is here, but it feels very slapdash, and this is just... They interview one paleontologist that I've seen so far, and we'll get to that in a minute. It's Thomas
the
Carr.
auction. Time to get to work.
Here's Thomas Carr.
With regard to the now global market for big-ticket dinosaur fossils, I'll just be honest with you. I just wish the whole damn thing would collapse.
And it will. This is a bubble that is waiting to burst because these things are not worth millions of dollars. It's plain to see. It's quite obvious. But some unscrupulous folks have realized that they can make tens of millions of dollars, selling some lumps of fossil bone with lots of reconstructed parts thrown in. Anyway.
So let's pretend we have a dinosaur fossil available for $1 million. For a museum, $1 million can go a really long way. $1 million could fund a decade of field programs like the one that I run here in Montana.
Decades, multiple. Shoot, again, I just spent 3 weeks out in the Badlands of Utah, out in the middle of the desert, and that cost a few $1,000s for 3 weeks, digging up a brand new species of dinosaur. You could build, for $1 million, you could be well on your way to building a brand new museum. For $5 million, you easily could. Instead of one crummy triceratops that's incorrectly restored. Just...
$1 million could You know, that could be several new salaries for people to work in a lab. It could also fund an expansion of a gallery. But $1 million for one fossil just isn't realistic for a museum to invest in.
In reality, a great many collectors, more than I could ever imagine, who contacted us regarding prior auctions or the upcoming one for Big John, a huge specimen, promised to loan it or give it to museums.
And this usually doesn't happen. Here we go. What's this? Epstein Island? Yeah, pretty much.
I think paleontology is one of the perhaps unique sciences where the public and the academic community can really cooperate and interact in a symbiotic way.
And
I think it is one of these fields of science where an amateur can contribute and become involved.
And this is very, very true. But I think I know who this guy is, and I think he's done some kind of shady stuff in the past. And Charlie's Dragon makes a really good point. Even if it was given to a museum, so much data has been lost both in the excavation and the sloppy restoration. Agreed. That's generally how it goes. Yeah.
My name is Henry Krigstein. I'm an ophthalmologist, but I've had an interest in dinosaurs for many, many years.
I think this is the guy who bought Raptor Rex and then named it after himself, which is a specimen that was stolen from Mongolia. I think that's this guy.
And although I'm not a paleontologist, I do like to study dinosaurs, to do field work, look for dinosaurs, and do some preparation and collecting.
Ooh, what's wrong with that?
So over the years, I've purchased dinosaur bones and fossils, but the ones that mean the most to me are the ones that I've been able to locate and collect myself. In our house on Martha's Vineyard, we have a Triceratops skull.
Like, the way that these things are displayed feels so slapdash. Like, I don't know. If I had that kind of money, I would like to think I'd do a better job of, like, displaying these things. This just feels like, we're just going to shove this thing in the stairwell. I don't know, you know?
Kind of in the foyer, when you enter the house, it's sort of the first thing you see. It's a specimen that I collected in Montana many years back. And it does make...
It's really badly restored, by the way. Like, the frill does not match the face. It almost looks like a composite, but it's also missing some of the bones in here. You know, it's like the maxilla is not occluding properly with these bones in the rear of the face. You know, like there's this big gap right there. Just
make an impression on guests who come to the house, and I guess we have a certain degree of notoriety on the island as a result of...
And that's pretty rich, to be notorious on Martha's Vineyard, playground for the world's wealthiest evil people. Oh boy.
So this
Epstein Island too.
What I enjoy about this hobby of collecting dinosaurs is to be able to get involved in the entire process, from locating fossils in the field, digging them out of the ground, taking them home, preparing them, mounting them, studying them, understanding how they fit into the...
Well, that's the whole thing too, is that if these fossils are under private ownership, they cannot be scientifically studied. We have this principle in science that we need to stick to, called reproducibility. If someone is going to be doing some work, if they're going to be conducting study on a specimen, then that study needs to be repeatable, which means it needs to be in a museum so that legally you can ensure that it will be available for future study. If you publish a paper on a fossil that's in a private collection, Well, because it's private property, it could be sold, it could be lost in a bankruptcy proceeding, it could be lost in a divorce, it could be lost in a house fire or whatever. And things that are in private collections always disappear. It's like the longer that something is in a private collection, the chances that it disappears get closer and closer and closer to 1. You know what I mean? That's why we have museums in the first place. So, like, think about it this way. The very first dinosaur fossils to ever be scientifically studied, we still have because they are in museums. Here we go. I'll show you an example.
And he's right, there is a distant affinity in evolution between lizards and dinosaurs, and mechanically they're quite similar.
Walter Cronkite. There's William Buckland. This is a historical reenactment, but there's the original jaw of Megalosaurus right here. Buckland named this animal in 1824. This is the first dinosaur to be scientifically named. That was 202 years ago now. 2 centuries ago.
Deduced from its shape that the tooth must belong to a giant lizard, similar but much bigger than anything on Earth today.
This is before the word dinosaur even existed, before that word was coined. That was 1842, almost 20 years later. This is before the word dinosaur existed.
His gigantic lizard's tooth had just one function, to kill.
And his argument...
Yeah, anyway. William Buckland here, looking at that Megalosaurus jaw. This is still in the museum in Oxford. I got to see it in person last November. This is the beauty of a museum. This is why museums exist. In order to be able to preserve these things for centuries into the future. There's me and the original Megalosaurus jaw right there. I was like practically in tears. This is what started dinosaur paleontology. You know? Wild. I have a cast of it, or rather a 3D print of it, here in my office. And that's because this thing had been safely held in this museum for nearly 2 centuries. The museum had a digitization project, so they digitized it. I emailed them, I asked for a copy, and now here it is. And now I can share it with you. That's the beauty of a museum collections. That's why we do this. All the fossils that I collect are not for personal fortune and glory. It's not so I can have a collection at home. Those fossils will be there in various museums. The different museums that I work with, the Natural History Museum of Utah, the Cincinnati Museum Center, the Carnegie Museum in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. These museums, one of their primary functions is to hold these fossils in the public trust for the rest of time. That's what they have done with that original Megalosaurus jaw, and all of the fossils that I collect go to museums so that long after I am dead, other people will be able to
Could man have survived
see
in the
these, to
dinosaur
enjoy
age of
them.
mighty
Scientists
monsters?
can study them. Sofiano Sovic, thank you for the raid. Welcome, welcome. That's why this is so important, you know? It's kind of crazy to think of these things as being like a commodity, because they're not. These are things that are millions of years older than humanity. To think that like a person can own that is folly, you know? We're talking about pieces of our collective natural heritage, essential information about the history of life on our planet. To treat that as like a Beanie Baby that you lock away in a vault somewhere is bonkers. Just incredibly short-sighted. It's stupid, you know? Anybody who thinks that way, I kind of have to ask, like, what's wrong with your brain, you know? Who hurt you? Why are you broken like this, you know? Anyway, that's just me. Sofiana Sovic, how was your stream? I hope it was really good. Welcome back to Paleontologizing. Yeah. Hope you had a good one. Thanks for bringing your viewers over. Appreciate you. Megalosaurus. Glad to be back. Glad to have you back. Welcome, welcome.
The jigsaw puzzle of life and the evolution of life on Earth. And so these fossils mean more than just decorative objects to me.
Do they, though? Because you're treating them as decorative objects. I mean, the things that I have here in my office are 3D prints. This original specimen, what we call the Cleveland skull, this Tyrannosaur, is at the Cleveland Museum of Natural History. This was first collected in the 1940s. It is still being studied there. It's still on display there. And I have a 3D print of it here that I can share with all of you. But I would encourage you to go see the original in the museum if you're really curious about this. This Triceratops skeleton here is actually largely a sculpt, but it is based on real fossils. The skull, most of this is at the Museum of Paleontology in Berkeley. Part of the front of the skull is reconstructed. But this is all sculpted from the original. This is not the real fossil. You know, where does the real fossil belong?
That belongs in a museum.
Museums are the place where we keep these things safe for centuries. They do not belong in private collections because they get lost, they get destroyed, they get taken in divorce proceedings, they get taken during bankruptcies. If something disappears into a private collection, it might as well not exist in the eyes of a paleontologist. We've learned from experience that that's the attitude we need to take about these things. Does that make sense? Yeah. Anyway.
So this is a cast of a dinosaur that's been named Raptor Rex Kriegsteini.
Oh boy, don't get me started about Raptor Rex. A story of lies and misrepresentations and theft, international laws broken. Sometimes, well, very frequently I get the question, Danny, what's your favorite dinosaur? That's a much more difficult question to answer than, Danny, what's your least favorite dinosaur? This is my least favorite dinosaur. The story of Raptor Rex is one of lies, misrepresentations, misinterpretations, theft from the country of Mongolia and its people. It's also a stupid name. So this is, by all indications, a juvenile Tarbosaurus. Tarbosaurus is a really well-known tyrannosaur from Mongolia. It may or may not be the closest relative of Tyrannosaurus. It's kind of up for debate, but it looks a lot like T-Rex, and it's from Mongolia. This creature here was named Raptor Rex in the journal Science. They claimed that it was from China. It seems pretty clear when you read between the lines that somebody lied about this. The specimen was not from China, it was from Mongolia. The sediment surrounding the fossil matches that of the Namek Formation of Mongolia. A little fish vertebra found with it matches what you find in the Namek Formation of Mongolia. Instead, the authors of the paper claimed that it was from much earlier rocks in China. And as a result, it's like, oh, here's this advanced tyrannosaur, but from really early in China. This changes the whole way we look at tyrannosaurs. Somebody was misrepresenting this. This fossil is from China, from Mongolia. They claimed it was from China. It is illegal to export fossils from Mongolia. You cannot do that. Big no-no. And yet they did, and they lied, and they claimed that it was from China. Somebody lied about this. There's a PBS Eons video about it that I think is far too kind.
Thanks to CuriosityStream, way back in the early Cretaceous period, 130 million years ago, a small dinosaur breathed its last breath near a large lake in the hot forests of China. Or wait, maybe none of this is true.
It's not.
Maybe it died at the very end of the Cretaceous 70 million years ago. And maybe it was wandering around a river system when it met its end instead of a lake. And maybe it didn't even live in China. Maybe it was in Mongolia. Welcome to the paleontological firestorm that is LHPV-18.
Oh boy, yeah. I'll just share this with you. You can watch the rest of it if you would like to. But yeah. Anyway, there is a rebuttal paper that that Denver Fowler and other folks were authors on. Yeah, Raptor Rex. Oh boy. Later studies show that such an early date for the fossil is unlikely. Given its extremely close similarity to juvenile tyrannosaurids from the late Cretaceous, it probably came from the Namek or similar formation. Yeah. Anywho. So this was purchased from a Mongolian fossil dealer by an American businessman in Tokyo, Japan, and subsequently taken to the United States. It was illegally smuggled out of Mongolia. It was again put up for sale at the Tucson, Arizona Gem, Mineral, and Fossil Show. There it was sold by Hollis Butts to Dr. Henry Kriegstein, an ophthalmologist and fossil collector. That's, this guy. He bought it. Up until this point, the specimen had been identified as a juvenile specimen of Tarbosaurus, which had been collected from Mongolia. Yeah. I don't have insider information on exactly who was lying about this and what they had to gain from it, but there were definitely some lies, misrepresentations, dishonesty about this whole thing. And the guy who kind of put himself in the middle of this, was it an earthquake or is that just somebody stomping around upstairs? Sorry. Is this guy.
Objects to me. A dinosaur that's been named Raptor Rex kriegsteini.
And this is the thing, is that this is also a violation of ICZN rules. The International Code of Zoological Nomenclature dictates what we can call different critters, and Kriegstein was an author on the original paper because he purchased the specimen from the smugglers. And he named it after himself, which you cannot do. Like, you literally cannot do that. If you're an author on the paper, it cannot be named after you. That's the rules, you know? So, like, when we look at the original paper right here, Kriegstein is one of the authors.
This is really not what paleontology is like.
Crow Quills, thanks for the follow. Welcome, welcome. It's good to have you here. There we go.
It represents a small species of tyrannosaur, comes from Asia.
It's not a small species of tyrannosaur. It's a juvenile Tarbosaurus. All the evidence points in that direction.
I purchased this specimen in a block of matrix at a fossil show in Tucson quite a few years ago. And when it was being prepared for me in Utah, the group that was preparing it showed it to a paleontologist from the Denver Museum of Natural History. And he sent me a letter saying that it was his opinion that this represented a species that was new to science. And, you know, it was an important specimen, and perhaps I would consider donating it to an institution where it could be studied and described and published. So reading this letter...
So he already knows that this is contraband. whether he thinks it's from China or from Mongolia, either way, that's super illegal. And it needs to go back to either one of those countries, wherever it was from in the first place. This guy knows this. At least he paid for it. If he bought it without even wondering where it's from, like, that doesn't make any sense to me. It's like he knew that this thing was contraband, you know? Yeah.
I thought that he was quite right. This was a specimen that I didn't realize was a new species, certainly when I purchased it.
It's not a new species. It's a juvenile Tarbosaurus by all rights. Like,
and I decided I would donate it to the University of Chicago. And for a TV show that he was involved with, he had a reconstruction of the head that was made with feathers, as it
is he talking about Paul Sereno?
Most likely would have had in life. And after the show was filmed, he gave me this bust of the dinosaur, which I have along with a cast of the skeleton.
I mean, look at the proportions. It's very clearly a juvenile. Like, it's so frustrating, you know? Charlie's Dragon makes a really good point. So he knows that casts can be nice. Just get casts. Exactly. You know? Like, that's the thing, is that fossils that you keep in a house have a tendency to get wrecked because it's not under, like, controlled conditions. There's usually not, like, strong temperature or humidity controls. Stuff happens to stuff in a house. I mean, all of you presumably live indoors much of the time. All of you who are watching right now, you know that things in houses get damaged. Especially if you have pets, or heaven forbid, children, you know? Stuff gets wrecked. You don't want that in your house, you know? Get a fossil cast, something where when it breaks you can just glue it back together again, and you're not, like, losing vital scientific information because this fossil that is 80 million years old has fallen down and then crumbled to dust, you know? Just, yeah. And Yogurt Girl says you can get way more casts for the same price he paid for that skeleton. 1,000,000%, Yogurt Girl, 1,000,000%. And, like, case in point, Rob Gaston, in his workshop in Fruita, Colorado, does incredible fossil replicas. They are world-class, some of the best that you can find on the planet. And he does them for, like, a fraction of the cost of other molding and casting businesses. So for $39,000, that's, like, less than the price of a, I don't know, a new Toyota Highlander, probably. You can get an Aleorama skeleton. Like, and you're actually supporting paleontological science by doing this. You can get a Bista Hiverser for $36,000. Really cool critter from New Mexico, right? A Ceratosaurus for $38,000. That is awesome. Holy cow, that's cool. Look at that. Look at that. Anyway, yeah. And the cast isn't going to be as heavy and non-replaceable? Exactly. You won't have to take out a huge insurance policy on it. You have to pay out the nose to insure the thing. This is the ethical way to do stuff, you know? So yeah. I don't know. You could 3D print a skeleton like this, which is really cool as a display piece, and you can paint it to look exactly like the original if you want. And frankly, it makes a much better display piece because you don't have to keep it behind glass. You don't have to be super precious about it, you know? I've taken this to like public outreach events. I took this to a school in East Oakland to show a bunch of kids, like, here's what a dinosaur skeleton is like. We went over all the different bones and talked about how the same bones as in our body. They could actually walk over and touch it and it's so much better to have a replica than the real thing in your home, you know? I would think that would be plainly obvious, but some people don't seem to get that message. I don't know. Anyway, Crow Quills says, and you have very nice lighting. Thanks. No, I actually, I take pains to, a very adaptive lighting. I'm proud of this. Yeah. It's fun, you know? But yeah, still like the little Scutellosaurus. That is super cool, Golden Neck, and it's rare. You will not find many of those. Here, let's quickly find that.
Speaking of dinosaurs, did you realize that chickens were a lot like little dinosaurs with feathers?
I did realize that.
So I read a book called The Dinosaur Chicken Conspiracy.
Yeah.
But apparently the poultry farmers don't want us to know anything about it, so they've hushed it up.
Inachu, thank you for the 13 months of support. Really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Thanks for keeping me here on the air. Here, this was such a privilege to be able to do this stream.
Studios.
Check this out.
So here at this facility, you're going to see how we make replicas of fossils for museum displays and for research purposes as well. This is kind of a cornerstone of paleontological research, and Rob Gaston is easily one of the best people in the world at doing this. So I am thrilled to have this opportunity and to be able to show you how all this works. So I'm glad you're here. Welcome, welcome. Good. Rob gave us a tour of the studio, so it's just me and like 40 other paleontologists in here, and it's like, I don't know, it's like Willy Wonka's factory or something. This is just a place of wonders.
Magical place.
Ignore that sign.
It's not actually radioactive.
And here we are. Yeah.
Hello.
So again, Rob, thank you so much for this opportunity. It's wonderful to be here.
Yeah, happy to have you, and
Yeah.
appreciate the interest.
Yeah, so for those of you who may not be familiar with Rob Gaston, you might be familiar with Gastonia, that polycanthine ankylosaur from the Cedar Mountain Formation. It's named after Rob Gaston. So pretty cool to, I don't know, you're in the presence of, somebody pretty great here. So I hope you realize that, everybody watching. We've got 156 people watching right now, right at the beginning, and that'll probably peak up to like 500.
Check out that Scutellosaurus real quick.
Good.
Anyway, yeah. Rob, how long have you been doing this?
We've got...
Yeah, holy cow. Check out Scutellosaurus here.
Yeah, so
This is incredible, Rob. Holy cow.
Yeah, so this... when was that excavated? In the
It would have
70s?
been,
About around 1980?
Yeah.
Okay, well...
No, it was in the 70s.
Okay.
Early 70s,
Okay,
actually.
so this was an animal that was found roughly 40 years ago.
Uh-huh.
Little creature. But what's incredibly important about this animal
it's so early
is
on
that
in the
it's
history
one
of
of
armored
the
dinosaurs.
earliest armored dinosaurs. And when things are this small, you just don't get them preserved, period, let alone with a nice set of armor. Now, having said that, all the armor that you see, a lot of this was restored, although there were over 100 pieces of armor. So this came from the Navajo Reservation in northern Arizona. And we had most of the internal skeleton for this, so there's not a lot of guesswork in what, the proportions of the animal, what it looks like. What is guesswork is we don't know what the armor looks like. We don't know the arrangement of it.
Yeah.
And these guys...
Here, let me scoot forward a little bit and just get some close-ups, because it's so cool. Look at removing it from the bones a little bit, because those osteoderms were embedded in the skin in life.
Yeah, so exactly. They would have floated in the skin like a crocodile or an alligator.
How long did this take, Rob?
Well, it took longer.
A little bit after Coelophysis. This is from the earliest Jurassic.
Longer than it is.
Yeah, probably. And so, you know, we've got to go through all the process of molding, casting, painting. So once everything is quote, done meaning you've got a box of pieces that are all colored and painted and ready to put together, then it's about a week, 6-7 day process, about 3 to 4 solid days just to put the armor on, another 2 or 3 days to put the skeletal elements underneath together. So it's a lot of work. I was just telling everybody that this was actually about the same amount of days as assembling a 22-foot Tyrannosaur skeleton.
Jeez. So yeah. Anyway, Rob Gaston does incredible work. You should check out his website here. Dinosaur skeletons. I don't know if he even offers the Scutellosaurus for sale anymore, because it's just so labor intensive. I remember him saying, like, never again. Unless somebody oh, no, there it is. Yeah. 11,500. But just bonkers, you know? Just wild. Look at that, you know? Look at that. Peanut Butter Princess says, oh man, does he take apprentices? That's what I want to know. Shoot. I got to hang out with one of Rob's employees, Kai. Kai was out in the field with us, and we got him on stream a couple of times in the past month. But that was really cool. I would love to be able to take a couple of weeks, just, you know, learn from Rob how to do these things, because it's incredibly cool stuff, you know? Yeah. Anyhow. This is what you want. Like, it's so much cooler on so many levels than having, like, a real dinosaur fossil in your house. That's not where these things belong. They belong... well, where?
That belongs in a museum.
Over 260 million acres of land out there that the Hell Creek is exposed on. And I could take you to dozens of sites like this. Nobody's working on them, except for a handful of private collectors and ranchers.
I mean, that's a problem. Since the commercial groups have kind of moved into these areas, a lot of this stuff is now off limits to science. It's a problem.
Right up above me here, you can see bone fragments just tumbling down. This whole area is just a field of broken bones.
Yep.
And I wanted to show you this because this is what happens to a dinosaur if you don't collect it.
I mean, this is how you find them in the first place, is you have bone exposed on the surface.
This is what happens to dinosaur bones when they are exposed to the elements. They slowly erode away to dust. And if we're not out here to find this stuff and collect them, they are effectively lost to science.
I mean, they're lost to science if they go into the commercial market anyway, much of the time. This is the thing, is that you kind of have to weigh these things out. Be like, what is worse? That these things erode out of the ground and are lost to the elements like they have been doing for literally millions of years? Or that they get picked up by a commercial collector, sold at auction for millions of dollars, and then they're lost to science anyway, but also it's feeding this industry that is often directly harmful to our science. It's like, pick your poison, you know? I think in a lot of cases, it would be better off if they were just lost entirely than if they were to go and further commodify the idea of fossils to the general public. You know what I mean? It's not fun to think about these things. And it sucks that, like, those are the possibilities, those are the options that we're presented with. You know what I mean? So anyway, yeah.
In a museum setting, this is going to be in a basement collecting dust. But to a kid, if you got this in the hands of a kid or a teacher, this is inspiration right here. This is a piece of...
Why is he wearing gloves? Literally, like, why? And the whole adventure vest thing, the, like, fishing vest is... It feels like dress up. Anyway. Yeah. And there you go, Stringy Bark. Yeah, I mean, shoot. Theft can be a problem at museums. It is much more commonly a problem from private collections. I mean, that's the thing, is that, like, when something is in a private collection, it's kind of a ticking time bomb until it's lost. You can only really have any kind of assurance that it'll be available in the future if it's in a museum. Yeah. And also, why do you think people are stealing these things in the first place? It's because there is a commercial market for them. People are associating dinosaur fossils with big money. Why is that? That is because of the commercial fossil trade, you know? Honestly, the best way around that is to make sure that scientifically important fossils...
Science is like a blabbermouth who ruins a movie by telling you how it ends. Well, I say there are some things we don't want to know. Important things.
Serge, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. I think countries like Argentina and China, Mongolia, and Canada have the right idea by making sure that scientifically important fossils belong to the people at large, not to any one private individual. Those fossils belong to the people of those countries. They belong in a museum. They're part of their collective natural heritage to be available for scientific study, sometimes for public display in museums. But the point is, these are not commodities. It's not the sole property of any one person. It's not to be bought or sold, auctioned off, anything like that. It belongs to the people, you know? Someday, I hope we have sensible laws like that here in the United States. It is that way for public land, because it already belongs to we the people. I think there's a strong argument to be made that if a fossil is really scientifically important, it should belong to science. It should belong to the people. Not to the wealthiest person who might bid on it, you know? Does that make sense? Yeah. And Makeaway says the UK has something for other artifacts. Yeah, but for fossils, though, I don't think the UK actually has any protection at all for vertebrate fossils. It's like anything as finders keepers. But the UK actually has a long history of private collectors being really interested in and passionate about those fossils. And so usually, in most cases, they will gladly donate those to a museum. We don't have that kind of history here in the United States. You know, in the old US of A, where capitalism is the official religion and, you know, the US dollar is almighty God to most of the people who live here in this country. The idea is like, well, what do you mean public good? How can I get rich from this? You know, that's kind of the American ideal in a lot of ways. Which is unfortunate, because that ideal, it makes people miserable. Just like how the wealthiest people in this country are also usually the most miserable. I don't know. Greed is a disease. It destroys people's souls. Anyhow. Yeah. Let's continue.
Kid, this is going to inspire the next generation of paleontologists.
And that's not true. I know this as a paleontologist. You hand a kid a piece of fossil bone, and you know, that might be cool if they're already interested in fossils, but that's not going to get them interested in fossils in the first place. It's through scientific study, through museum exhibits, through popular media, oftentimes, that people get interested in fossils. I'm willing to bet that out of all the people here in this chat who are really interested in fossils, in dinosaurs, in the history of life on Earth, I bet you hardly anybody first became interested in this stuff because they were handed just a lump of fossil bone, and somebody told them, "Oh yeah, that's a dinosaur." Like, oh, whoa, I want to be a paleontologist now. That's not really how these things work. Correct me if I'm wrong, but like, in the chat, how did you first get interested in paleontology? Probably through pop culture stuff, movies, video games, Jurassic Park, maybe through books, TV documentaries, museum exhibits. Yeah. I don't know. I'm eager to hear people's stories. And Kaklin Zerf says the museum in Maastricht and a few books, in my case. There you go. Nice. Dinosaur Planet with Scott Simpson. There you go. Salamander, yeah. Yeah, nice. Land Before Time and All My Dinosaur Toys is Peanut Butter Princess. Yeah. Salty Anchor says, I went out on fossil digs with my father. Oh, very cool. Nice. Yeah. And that's interesting, Rambo Rachel. A chicken bone in the sand. My kindergarten teacher told me it was a dinosaur bone. Well, she was right. Chickens are a kind of bird. Birds literally are dinosaurs. But yeah. And there you go, Kanto Arcade. Yeah. Yeah. Jurassic Park, Land Before Time, Children's Dinosaur Encyclopedias. Walking with Dinosaurs, says Charlie's Dragon. Yeah. Jurassic Park says dinosaurs are cool. Yeah. Yeah. There will be a few people where, like, maybe they were handed a chunk of dinosaur bone and that fired their imagination. But in order for that to be interesting and cool, you kind of have to already know what dinosaurs are, and that only really comes from fossil science. From kids learning about dinosaurs through museum exhibits, through books, through documentaries, through stuff like that. The fossil bone in and of itself is just a lump of a fossil. It's not anything robbed of its context. It's just whatever. It just looks like a rock. People have been excavating fossils for thousands of years. Not excavating, but like picking them up off the ground and going, oh, that's weird. There's a reason why dinosaur mania didn't start until like the 1850s. With the Crystal Palace Park, and with all of these depictions of dinosaurs and other fossil critters in Victorian media, it's the scientific study of these things that makes them interesting, that makes them compelling. There's not necessarily anything magical or mystical about the bones themselves. Those are just lumps of bone. When we study them, when we figure out how to reconstruct these animals, when we resurrect them through art, we depict what these animals would have been like in life, that is what makes them fascinating to people. That is what makes dinosaurs cool. So I disagree with what this guy is saying here. I don't think he knows what he's talking about.
Of a kid or a teacher, this is inspiration right here. This is a piece of once living animals, one of the most incredible animals to ever walk the planet. So for a kid, this is going to inspire the next generation of paleontologists.
A chunk of bone isn't going to do that. It's scientific study that does that. You have to give it context. You have to make it real, essentially. Commodifying these things doesn't do that, you know? That's just trying to profit off of the actual science. When the actual scientists, more often than not nowadays, have like zero funding, you know?
So we can choose to try and find a compromise, a balance between the two extremes, between academic and commercial, where we can put these fossils to use rather than just have them waste away.
So we can try and find a compromise, or we can put these to use? Did I mishear that?
A balance. So we can choose to try and find a compromise, a balance between the two extremes, between academic and commercial, where we can put these fossils to use rather than just have them waste away.
I think he misspoke there. We can choose to find a compromise between academic and commercial means, or we can put these to use. I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt and say I think he misspoke there. But they kept it in, you know?
That's what I try and do, is find a compromise, a balance, so that this stuff gets in the hands of people who can use them for education, for teaching.
But that's... Auctioning these things off doesn't do that, though. You're just making money. In fact, it's the opposite of good education when you have trash like Big John that gets sold where it's improperly restored, it's reconstructed incorrectly. You're telling the world it's the world's largest Triceratops when it's absolutely not. I mean, that's a detriment, you know? Yeah. Frustrating. And again, like, I wish there were more articulate people making the case on the opposite side, but it's just... there isn't. They just don't know what they're talking about. It's so frustrating. Oh, this piece is finished on the printer. Let's go pluck that off and then get another file started here. Hang on. In my opinion, this is a much better way of using fossils to inspire people. We can 3D print things like this to have a full-size Diabloceratops skull here in the office, show it off to thousands of people online. Use it for teaching purposes. I'll be able to take this to local schools, to museum events, to conventions, whatever. Help show this thing off. Here's what we've got so far. And just another piece completed. We'll be assembling this at the end of today's stream. Adding those extra pieces on. I've got 3 more pieces to put on today. But for right now, let's start another file here on the printer. Print queue. Diabloceratops. Let's see, I think I want Bridal 5L, is that right? Did I already do this one? Nope, just did that one. Nice, okay. 5 left and right, I can put those into the done folder. Beautiful. Right? Or is it 6L and 6R? Let's open up the instructions here, because some of these are mislabeled. Some of the squamosal stuff is mislabeled as parietal.
So there we go. Squamosal Part 2. There we go. Yeah, so this says... No, actually, no, I guess that is correct. Yeah, squamosal and parietal. So the suture between those two frill bones is about here. So I want squamosal Part 2 and Part 1. Let's do squamosal Part 1 left. There we go. No, this is mislabeled. Hang on. Squamosal Part 2. No, that's Part 2. Okay. I was incorrect. It was not. I am being too hasty. So that is slightly too tall, but let's move it like this. So what I'm doing is taking this STL file, and I need to change that into a format that the 3D printer can actually read. It'll look prettier from this angle on camera. So let's do it like that. And slice. So what it's doing is transferring it from, or basically converting it from one file format into another. There we go. This is how a 3D printer works. Oh, don't crash on me. Okay. It builds things up from a base plate like this. Slowly uses filament. There we go. I don't like this here. What's going on with that? Oh well, that's not going to be a huge issue. I'll go ahead and get this started. Right back. We are going to run out of filament in the middle of this, so I'll have to change it out to a different color. Hopefully it's close enough where it's not too obnoxious looking. Export G-code to drive F. Save. Excellent. That was Squamosal P2R. Put that in the done folder to keep track of it. Excellent. Let's go start printing it. When I do have to change out the filament, that's going to be a bit of a gamble because it's going to be halfway through the file. I've got this Overture brand 3D printer filament that I think is probably lower quality, but we'll give it a shot. Hopefully the color will match pretty well. This stuff is cheaper, so if it works great, I might just switch to this for the rest of it. Order some more spools of it, but yeah. What's the infill percentage? I always do 5% with all of my projects, unless it's something like a doorstop or something that like really needs to withstand compression. I almost always use 5% because it's always good enough for whatever purposes. If I'm doing a fossil, it's 5% infill, which is the lowest they let me do. But yeah. And Dread Pirate Robert says I have a bunch of Ordovician fossils because I used to live in Cincinnati. Very cool. Yeah, I'm really excited to go to Cincinnati at some point.
some of the outcrop there. Those tend to be really common fossils, and I have absolutely zero problem, to be clear, with anybody wanting to own really common fossils. You know? Stuff like, here's a fossil fish, about 50 million years old, in the Green River Formation of Utah. The Green River Formation is famous for its lovely fish fossils. This is Diplomystus, which is a fish kind of like a perch, I think. This is a real, genuine fossil right here. At least most of it is. It's probably been painted in certain areas to make it look a little bit more complete. But anyway, if you go to a rock shop anywhere in the world and you see fossil fish, chances are they're from the Green River Formation of Wyoming. This place is world famous for its fish fossils. These are really common. There are literally thousands of these in museums. They don't want any more. The Field Museum has a huge collection of Diplomystus from Wyoming. So does the Denver Museum of Nature and Science, I think. They've kind of reached the limit of their usefulness, and so now, you know, it's like a cool thing to be able to show people. It can be really valuable. I take this when I go do school visits, and I want to show the kids a fossil. That's neat. This, however, is very different. There's one of these in the whole world. At least, well, it depends what you think it is. Is it Tyrannosaurus? Is it Nanotyrannus? What is it? Anyway, that specimen, the Cleveland skull, really, really important. That 1,000,000%.
That belongs in a museum!
Yeah. It's the rarity of these things that makes them scientifically important. With Tyrannosaurus fossils in particular, there are more Tyrannosaurus fossils in private collections, shut away from scientists, than there are specimens in museums. This is how it is. Tyrannosaurus is an extremely well-known dinosaur. It's very famous. People in the general public love T-Rex. And so there's this crazy black or gray market for these fossils. It's kind of like we were talking about earlier, how there are more tigers in Texas than there are in India. There are more Tyrannosaurus fossils in private collections than there are in museums. And it's not necessarily a rare dinosaur, but we definitely do need more fossils of it, especially for things like testing. Is Nanotyrannus the same thing as a juvenile Tyrannosaurus, or is it not? We don't have enough fossils to have like a really clear answer about that at this point. This was a big theme of my summer fieldwork this year, talking to Tyrannosaur workers and being like, oh, shoot, we can't even get those basic things right yet with any kind of certainty, whether or not those are the same two, you know, whether those animals are the same or different. So anyway, yeah. Anyhow, yeah. Shark Geek says, that one looks so cool with the two-tone coloration. Oh, this right here? Yeah, pretty neat, right? Anywho, let's get back to this. I want to try and finish this today, and we've got an hour. And the Heart of Things says it's sad not all of them share their collections with scientists. Well, that's the thing, is that even if private collectors wanted to share these things with scientists, you kind of can't. In order to be able to actually scientifically publish on a specimen, you have to be able to make a firm promise that that specimen will be there in a public collection so it could be studied in the future. If you publish on a specimen that is private, that specimen could disappear tomorrow, you know? It could be sold by the private owner, it could be lost in divorce proceedings, they could, you know, it's private property, they could do with it whatever they want. And in science, we can't have that. We need to be able to ensure that people can check our work into the future. You have to have systems in place so that other scientists can verify or disprove your work in the future, you need those same specimens available for study, and you cannot do that if they're in a private collection. You know what I mean? So yeah, it's just the way things work. So in order to be able to actually study something scientifically, it has to be a scientific specimen. It has to be available for science. And it can't be available for science if it's in a private collection. Most scientific journals will not allow you to publish on a privately held specimen because there's no guarantee that anybody's actually going to be able to study it in the future. So yeah. Anyhow. Welcome, the heart of things. It's good to have you here.
The question of confiscating worldwide cultural heritage objects from private owners comes up often.
These objects have already been confiscated by the private owners. It's funny that they're like inverting it like this.
However, if for some unbelievable reason public paleontology auctions were forbidden,
like they are in many parts of the world, like that is the default, you know? Yeah. Anyhow, Chris McBricker says Jurassic franchise should have came out with museums during the hype. Should have came out with museums during the hype. I don't know what you're talking about. Or at least a big theme park. Most museums exist cause of private collection. Why don't colleges get the job done? I don't know what you're... Maybe English is not your first language, Chris McBricker, but... Can you rephrase? I'm not sure I understand.
Not only would the digs continue, but the finds would end up on the black market and be sold under the table.
So here's the thing. He's saying, well, this is always going to be a shady enterprise. At least now the shady stuff is out in the open. There is already a big black market for this kind of thing. But having these things out in the open encourages this more, you know? Part of the reason why the black market exists for dinosaur fossils is because of these high-profile auctions. That's because of guys like this. You know what I mean? I think he understands that on some level. He doesn't seem like a dullard. But I don't know. Yeah. But yeah. Dread Pirate Robert says, isn't a lot of the contextual data lost because of these private sales and auctions? All the time. You know, it's like when you have a commercial fossil dig, you know, this is a spectrum, of course. There are some commercial operations that do work hard to actually collect data on site. They, you know, they take their time and they try and be scrupulous about actually gathering information, proper context, doing a map for the site and everything else. But here's the thing, it cuts into their profits. When you're a for-profit enterprise, data is overhead. The whole point of a commercial operation is to make money. And that's not a good impulse for, you know, fossil excavation done correctly. So the most successful commercial groups are ones that they just kind of yank these things out of the ground. Because the least amount of time and money that they can spend during excavation, the more profit they have. And most of the people who are buying these things, like they said earlier in the documentary, don't really care about their provenance or anything. These are people who are kind of buying these things on a whim. If there's anything that we've learned from these huge, high-profile dinosaur auctions over the past few years, it's they tend to be purchased by people who don't really know what they're buying and don't really care. They're like, ooh, dinosaur, $15 million? I've got $15 million. Let's buy it. Like the guy we saw at the beginning. When doing things properly cuts into your profit margin, for-profit enterprises are not going to do things properly. Basic stuff, you know? So, yeah. Chris McBricker says, museum receive 99% donations. What? And college students do on-site training. I'm not sure what you're talking about. I work with a lot of different organizations. Not a lot. About a dozen. I've worked with about a dozen different museums and other organizations like that, collecting fossils for scientific study. We tend to be extremely poorly funded. Like, to the point where I have been working with a museum crew out in the Hell Creek Formation for about a month in the field. We had a budget of about $900 for food, for fuel, for plaster and burlap and digging supplies and everything else that we need while we're out there. $900 for a month of field work. And we dug up that summer. It was 8 really important dinosaur sites, one of which turned into an entire bone bed and will be published on very soon. It's going to help change the way that we think about a particular group of dinosaurs. Very excited about that. And I'll tell you more about it as publication draws closer. Some of you already know what I'm talking about. But the point is, academic institutions tend to be extremely poorly funded. Paleo fieldwork is like the best bang for your buck that you can get if you want to fund science. And yet, we have to scrounge just to be able to do this work at all. It's disgusting to see people like this turn around and sell these fossils for tens of millions of dollars when, you know, shoot, for $50 million, like the stupid T-Rex sold for a few weeks ago, a month ago. Gus, that specimen, $50 million. You could build 10 museums for that much money. You could be able to do literally hundreds of years of fossil excavations for science. You could discover dozens of new species of dinosaur for that amount of money. This is such an incredible waste. It's just... it's gross, you know? That's the point that I'm making here. Oh, yeah. Anywho. Yeah. Cacklin's Riff says, one thing I have to hand to that auctioneer, he does sit in a great Mephisto lighting. There you go. Oh boy. Yeah.
Donc, la vente publique.
And welcome, Adebisi Shank. I just want little T-Rex arms. Let's go like this. When you're pretending to be a Tyrannosaurus, if that's what you're talking about, I'll give you a pro tip here. You'll often see people go like this with their arms. It's important to just have 2 fingers, like Tyrannosaurus have. It really should be this, because it's the thumb and index finger. But if you've got kids at home, you can teach them this. A lot of people go like this. Tyrannosaurus didn't do this. The wrists were not pronated. Instead, it should be like this. The palms face each other. That's the way that these animals actually held their arms. It's just like in modern birds, you know? Although Tyrannosaurus lacks the semilunate carpal bone to be able to like fold their wrists up against their body, like dinosaurs like Velociraptor or modern birds could do. If you're ever doing a T-Rex impression, palms face each other like that. Oh yeah. And Margaret Blancris says, I love this. I will try to get my T-Rex impression right next time. There you go. Here, I'll show you. I've got a Tyrannosaurus model that I used for art right here. It's my little maquette. There we go. So notice that the arms face each other. The palms face each other like this. This animal is not walking around like a bunny rabbit or like Mr. Burns with the wrists pronated. Instead, the palms face each other like that. Does that make sense? So, let's see. And it's hard to find a stock photo of Mr. Burns where he's actually doing that. Usually he's tenting his fingers and going, excellent. Guess when he's walking... Oh, there we go. Yeah, like this. Anyhow. They'd be really good at playing cymbals and marching band. I don't know if the hands could actually reach each other, though. 'Cause here's the thing. They've got pretty short arms. And I don't think that they could actually... You know, the figures could actually contact one another. Anyhow. Now with that attitude, this is Rainbow Rachel. Sure, fair. Let's continue here.
So public auctions aren't an issue for museums.
Face au musée, mais bien au contraire.
They are an issue for museums. That's the thing, is that they commodify our specimens and they encourage the illegal fossil trade. It's a big problem.
On the contrary, they're a way of regulating a market.
No, they're not. That's the thing, is that when you're auctioning these things off, this is just like Denver says, you're letting the buyers set the price. Because they could never actually just charge somebody up front for that much money because they would get laughed at. It's a point that's been made many times before.
I think that's not always the case. I think sometimes you get real junk that's sold for many millions of dollars, which is one of the reasons why these things go to auction. Is that in auctions, it's the buyer who sets the price, not the seller. I don't think any seller would ever get away with charging $8.5 million for Big John. I always call it Big John because it's quite possibly one of the worst fossils ever sold at auction that raised more than $1 million.
Yep.
Which clearly exists with total transparency.
And it's not total transparency. That's a huge issue, is that it's often incredibly opaque. People are often really cagey about where these fossils came from, how much of the original specimen is actually represented in a skeletal mount. Like, the only reason why you have these auctions and why you have this commercial market like this is because they can obscure so much of this. They obfuscate. It's... These auctions would not go through if there were total transparency. Like, the guy's lying through his teeth. He knows this. And he's lying. So scummy. Think about the Shen Tyrannosaurus auction. Shen, the multi-million-dollar T-Rex up for auction, may not be totally authentic. May not be. It absolutely was not. Here's the thing, is that there were a handful of actual Tyrannosaurus bones in there, but the majority of that skeletal mount were just casts taken of a different Tyrannosaurus specimen called Stan. And the sellers were not being open about this.
Called for still more protection,
and it was withdrawn from sale.
Spears which projected from his body armor.
Chroma 2K26, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Anyhow, replica bones from Stan, another T-Rex, were used to create Shen, but the original listing did not disclose this. So yeah, there was this big auction planned, and they canceled it because it became clear that this was a fraud.
Before the onslaught of the beast.
I'm sorry, the what? The who? I didn't catch that. Again? One more time? Could you repeat? I'm sorry, I just keep talking over it. Dread Pirate Robert, thank you for the 13 months. And I'm sorry, the what? The who? The what? Dread Pirate Robert, I appreciate your ongoing support. Thank you kindly. Thanks for keeping me online for the past 13 months. I appreciate that more than you know. Yeah. And Deathsaurus says, I think it was canceled because Peter Larson was going to sue them for infringing on Stan. Yeah. No, there was legal action brought upon this, like, brought forth by the Black Hills Institute in South Dakota. Because, yeah, the people selling it did not disclose that they were taking pieces of Stan and then filling in the gaps in Shen. My point is that there was some misrepresentation happening there. Less than, as he says, total transparency. Oh boy. Yeah. Yeah, this trash.
Turn it? Yes, turn it. This should be shown. This part here.
I wonder if we know who actually purchased this. Another thing that often happens with these fossil auctions, the really high-profile ones, is that the buyers want to remain anonymous. They don't want to be publicly known. I think because a lot of people in the general public see this sort of thing as really shameful. And also paleontologists, usually when something like this comes out, it'll be on Facebook or on Blue Sky or on other social media sites, like, we all roll our eyes at this and then announce that. It's like, oh boy, who's the dingus who paid $8 million for this wad of trash? Really? Real? $8 million? You got scammed. Like, oh man. Again, if you've got $8 million to spend on this garbage, I can give you a great deal on this bridge, you know? 50 million? World's most famous bridge. It's yours, you know? I'll give you a piece of paper with a little stamp on it. It's all official, all totally transparent, you know? I've got a bridge to sell you. You want that bridge? Just 50 million. That's all it'll take, Mugrat. Yeah. Ugh, look at this. Look, just the way it's reconstructed is just trash.
We had about a dozen registered clients. In 2020, we had 3 registered clients for a dinosaur. This time, we've got a total paradigm shift.
This is so stupid. Yeah. And that's the thing, Wolvulus, yeah. If you're so passionate about paleontology, just give those $8 million to a team of paleontologists, let them fund some proper research, and then they will name a new dinosaur after you, most likely. Like, that's the thing, is that these people have a ton of money, and they have zero common sense, zero cleverness. They're just totally guileless. Like, it has to be that, like, some of these people, they're like, oh yeah, I love dinosaurs. That's why I'd spend $8 million on a poorly reconstructed Triceratops. Like, no, you don't actually love dinosaurs. You don't actually know anything about this. You don't really care. If you did, you would probably know that for a donation much smaller than $8 million, you could fund a paleontology program more or less in perpetuity, you know? You would actually be helping the science. And chances are, if there's a new species discovered, and you just forked over a ton of cash to build a paleo program, someone will find a new species of dinosaur and name it after you. That is a zillion times more impactful than just having this stupid thing in your living room. You know what I mean? That's immortality. You've got a dinosaur named after you? Again, I'm going to pull up the clip with William Walker that we showed yesterday. William Walker was a plumber in England. He discovered a new dinosaur in 1982, I believe it was.
My name's William Walker. I'm a plumber by trade. I often come to this part of Surrey to do a bit of fossil collecting. And one day I found a dinosaur.
He found this thing, donated it to the museum.
And for coming this afternoon.
It was discovered by an amateur collector in January 1983, and all credit to him for his acute observations. He's remained a friend of the museum and of Dr. Charrick and Dr. Milner's ever since.
Which, I do wish they'd brought him to the ceremony and, like, you know, gave him a crown and had the Queen knight him or whatever, like... I feel, maybe he even was there at the ceremony, but they just didn't film it. I don't know. But for this documentary, they wanted to like, oh, here he is in his basement doing some plumbing. I think they're trying to tell this story. Like, yeah, he's just a plumber, but he found a new dinosaur. First of all, not just a plumber. Plumbers are very important. Blue-collar workers make the world go round. That and gravitational physics. But William Walker is pretty much immortal in the sense that there is a dinosaur, one of the coolest dinosaurs in the world, named after him.
Although dinosaurs have a ferocious reputation, most of them were actually placid vegetarians. But this new discovery seems to have been a real meat-eating terror. The most striking feature of the bones dug out of the Surrey clay pit is a claw about a foot long, which looks like the talon of a gigantic eagle.
There would have been a horny sheath covering it in life, like a claw of a modern bird. And so it might have extended it by as much as perhaps a quarter again.
When the animal lived about 120 million years ago, it would have stood about 15 feet high on its hind legs. The Natural History Museum scientists, who've spent the past 3 years studying the bones, have given the new dinosaur the scientific name Baryonyx.
That's the generic name, and the specific name, what better to do than to name it after our good friend William Walker, who found it and gave it to us, and therefore it's Baryonyx walkeri. And as from tomorrow, that is the official name, and it will remain thus until the end of time.
I think whatever your hobby, you like to achieve the pinnacle, and that's got to be the pinnacle of fossil hunting, to have one named after you.
Yep. Immortality.
I'm overjoyed, if that's the right word to use.
Big salute to William Walker.
I really don't know how to describe it, but yeah, it's wonderful for me.
Yeah. He discovered Baryonyx, and it's named after him. Baryonyx walkeri. And that's the cool thing, too. In many ways, it's actually better than having the genus named after you. Because genus names can change more easily than species names. If it turns out that Baryonyx is the same dinosaur as Suchosaurus, which was discovered prior to the description of Baryonyx, that name walkeri would still stand. It would be Suchosaurus walkeri instead of Baryonyx. So yeah. Anyhow. And Wolvulus, sorry the comment just keeps getting auto-flagged. It's because you say that, yeah. But you're totally right, Wolvulus. 1,000,000% correct about that. Paleontologists like me still remember William Walker long after he died, because he found this thing and he donated it to the museum. He will live on forever in our hearts and minds. Whereas whichever chump purchased this piece of garbage, I don't even know who they are, and I don't want to know. This person will be dead and gone, the person who bought this thing. Nobody will remember them. But if that person had spent $8 million showing like true passion for paleontology, helping fund further research, we'd remember their name forever. You know what I mean? That's just how it works. Yeah. You're totally right, Wolvulus. Totally right.
We need to be sure the buyers are solvent and credible. That's why we required bank guarantees and a non-refundable deposit of 200,000 euros should the buyer default.
This is so stupid.
It's auction day. In 4 or 5 hours, the bidding on Big John will take place with people in the room, on the phone, on the internet, and he'll be sold. It's almost hypnotic. You're on automatic pilot.
Oh, please. Dog and pony show.
Auctions are always a show, but in this case, it's a very special show. Because you have a considerable number of journalists, dozens of cameras.
Again, it's so stupid, this whole dog and pony show. Like, they're selling a thing that's badly reconstructed. It's a run-of-the-mill Triceratops. It's not particularly important or special or anything. And yet it's getting all of this crazy media attention. Now there's a stupid documentary about it, too. I've helped excavate Triceratops specimens that are 100%, 100 times more interesting than this. Like, the Yoshi's Trike site specimen. I helped dig this thing up in 2011. Denver Fowler and Lee Hall being crew chiefs at the time. This is how I learned how to excavate dinosaurs. This is the Triceratops with the longest brow horns in the world. It could very well be... It probably should be named as a new species. Chronospecies, intermediate between Triceratops horridus and Triceratops prorsus. How much media attention did this get when it went on display at the museum? None. None. It wasn't on the news. There were no cameras there. Like, I was helping to install this thing in 2013. That's me in the photo, by the way. There wasn't even, like, local press coverage. Nothing. This is actually scientifically important. Not just a bunch of reconstructed trash like Big John, you know?
TV crews, microphones. Before the auction, everyone wanted to put lapel microphones everywhere. There were microphones on the podium.
Oh boy, this is so stupid. Stringy Bark says, I read an article yesterday about a shift in taxonomy, or at least in plants to try and recognize indigenous peoples. Do you know of any dinosaurs that have indigenous species epithets? I don't know about species epithets, but genus names, yes. In fact, we just had a new one described the other day. Dine Venator. A new troodontid from New Mexico, named after the Dine people who speak the Navajo language in the American Southwest. Dine Venator. There's also a number of other dinosaurs, like, shoot, who would be an example of this? Tatankaceratops is, I mean, it's probably just Triceratops. But anyway, the name means buffalo horned face, named after the, I think, Lakota word for buffalo, for bison. Tatankaceratops. There's a ton of examples like this. Bistahyversor might be a good one, too. Bistahyversor, but I hardly know her. A tyrannosaur, known as the Bistahi Destroyer. So it is named after... It comes from the Navajo word, Bistahi, or place of the adobe formations. So, oh goodness. Sweetie pie, you're right in the way. We can't see. We can't see. It's becoming increasingly common to use other languages other than Latin and Greek to come up with new dinosaur names. We're kind of running out of a lot of the good suffixes and prefixes for Latin and Greek dinosaur names, so increasingly we're turning to other languages around the world. And often that's used to honor the people who have lived in a particular region for a long time. It's a trend that I think is really cool. It's nice to see more of this, you know? So yeah. And Hessian says, has this been a good year, Danny? It has been a really good year for me. Absolutely. What about you, Sweetie Pie? Has it been a good year for you? What are you doing? Are you looking for more treats? Is that what you're after here? Come on, you're getting greedy. You're getting greedy. All right. Let's get you some more treats. Do you like that? There we go. Oh, too many. Sorry. Way too many. I'll leave the dental treats for you. It's supposed to be good for you. Yeah. Yeah. And thank you, Hessian. I appreciate you. Thank you for the kind words. And Rambo Rachel says, my cat just ran to the screen for treats. Sorry, Rachel's cat. Sweetie Pie here is getting all the love. And Greedy Pie. Now, it's true, Cackleturf. She is just evening the score. She couldn't have treats for the longest time because we thought she was allergic. So I'm glad she's making up for lost time here. You gotta crunch those ones. Those ones might be a little stale, but I'm glad she's eating them. All right, let's continue this farce.
Entering the room and seeing half the available space taken up by journalists.
This is so frustrating. Like, this is not a news story. Like, you're falling for it, journalists. You're being taken for a ride, just like the people bidding on it. So gullible. Just, ugh.
Shows you the magnitude of the media buzz. I'd
So
gladly
stupid.
trade 10 journalists for one buyer.
You shouldn't have any of either.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. Welcome to Hotel Drouot for this rather special auction. We'll begin with the show-stopping lot.
I don't know if Big John will sell. And I haven't the slightest idea of how much, if it sells, it might fetch.
I'd like to quickly remind you of the terms of the auction.
So let me just make it clear from the beginning how much this thing should sell for. If you're going purely based on the work put into it, a fair price would probably be maybe about $50,000, something like that. These fossils are not inherently worth anything, you know? They are the fossilized remains of animals that lived tens of millions of years ago. It's labor that makes things valuable. There is no value without labor. It's the excavation, the preparation, so removing the rock from the fossil in the laboratory, and then mounting it. All of these things take work, they take time, they take blood, sweat, and tears. I'm guessing it's about $50,000 maybe that was spent on this in terms of fossil prep, transport, excavation, all of that. About $50,000 maybe. There are people who do this for way, way, way less than that, but you know, this is like a commercial enterprise and these things are inherently inefficient. If you had to do this on like a university budget, on a museum budget, it would probably be a hell of a lot less expensive. But they're expecting to get millions of dollars for this thing, and so they're just, you know, they're being very inefficient about it. So I'm guessing it's probably about 50K, maybe, for something like this. Wild guess, but that's based on experience in the field, doing excavations, and what I know about molding and casting and all of that. So keep that number in your head, $50,000. I don't know what that is in euros. That's about 50,000. So 50,000 euros is about $50,000. 57,000 US dollars. So 43,000 euros. Keep that number in mind, okay? 43,000.
These past few years, I've seen prices that aren't prices. They are utterly crazy numbers, and I've also seen
crazy numbers.
Nothing.
1.5 million, I'd be in total despair. 2 million, I wouldn't be happy.
Make guys like this despair again, you know? What would he do if it didn't sell? As it shouldn't have.
3 million, I'd be disappointed. Disappointed for the seller and for myself, for everyone.
Triceratops simply doesn't have the cachet that a complete T-Rex does.
True.
But regardless, if it is the great specimen that it will be claimed to be...
Which it's not. It's not a great specimen. It's garbage.
Then there will be maybe some competitive bidding for it. But I really hope it doesn't sell.
It shouldn't have sold. I mean, the people who were bidding on it were absolute rubes, you know? It should be laughed
But
at.
it probably will. And it will probably sell for top dollar.
And we'll start the bidding directly at 1 million euros. We've obviously got a taker at 1 million euros.
Insane. 43,000 euros might be fair. $1 million to start with? Insanity, you know? These people have lost the plot. They're completely divorced from reality.
The auctioneer's job is to appraise, guarantee the transactions, and drive the buyers crazy. When the buyers in the room are going crazy, the auction is obviously going well.
Yeah, it's all a scam. You could never sell this thing for that much if you set the price at the beginning. You make a chaotic environment like a competitive auction, and things get out of hand. I think competitive auctions can be really cool when it's something like a charity event, where you're trying to raise money for a really good cause, and, you know, people get swept up in the moment because they believe in this cause, and they really want to donate to it. They want to make a difference in the world. They want to make the world a better place. In this situation, it's just... it's like greed and madness, you know? This is not making the world a better place. This is making the world a more mercenary, commercialistic, cutthroat place. This is a net negative for the world, you know?
1,000? 1,200,000? 300, 400, 500, 600. You have to fuel their desire. You have to spark love, passion, and surely a little jealousy, too. 2 million. 2 million with...
But he's not doing that. This is not some sort of skilled auctioneer where he's provoking passions through his words. You know, it's not this kind of thing where it... Here.
5 down 10. I'm fired out of down 10 down 15 on the 15.
I've been to auctions like this before.
20 down 5.
We have these in a lot of like Rocky Mountain western states.
30. You want to bet 30, sir. 25 to them, you're out. I'm 25 30, 30 now 5. I'm 30.
This is fun to watch.
$40, 35 down 40. I'm at 35 down 40, 40 now 5 down 45, 45 down 50. I'm at 45 down 50. Sold 45, sold them $45. Put them on 281, 281. Next line on down 10.
Each chant sequence has an opening, a middle, and a closing.
6.5, 86.5. What do you say? Believe I would. I'm $7 now 8 89 9.5 now 90. I'm down 1 down 2 down 3. I'm 92.50 down 3 done and died 250 down 3 and sold 92.50 sold them 90.
So this is something I can really respect. This is boring. And like to be gassing yourself up, and he's like, oh, you have to play upon their jealousy, and you have to do this, and you do that. It's like, this is boring. You don't have that kind of skill, you know?
Passion, and surely a little jealousy, too. 2 million. 2 million with me. Not here? 2,200,000.
This is sedate. It's boring. It feels awkward, you know? It's like a school assembly where everybody kind of has to be there and they're just sitting around and like, who's this guy? This is dull, you know? That's the vibe that I'm getting from this, you know? And snooty too, Dread Pirate Robert, yeah. Yeah.
300? 400.
This guy's not a showman.
2,600,000.
Look, it's kind of like this. 300. Where's the drama, you know? Where's the tension? This sucks, you know? Yeah. And you're totally right about that, Wolvulus. Yeah. I mean, that's the ironic thing, too, pushing the rarity of this. You're the only person who will own one of these. Triceratops is a really common dinosaur. It is, I would say, the most common dinosaur in North America, if not the world. It's not rare. I've personally dug up about 20 different Triceratops specimens over the years. That's just me, you know? I have zero desire to keep any of these things in my house. It's not where they belong, you know? But yeah.
I'm focusing on my notes on my computer.
And just trying to like wring drama out of this feels so fake, you know? It's so artificial. Like, this is not an exciting thing. This is boring.
When I look up at the screen, without realizing what was happening, I see we've already had 3 or 4 times the initial estimation.
$200.
200.
This is the peak of excitement here. Isn't anybody in this good at what they do? It's just all these people failing upward. It's astonishing, the mediocrity of the wealthy and privileged. It's just embarrassing, you know? A better world is possible. That's all I'm going to say.
300.
I'm going to fall asleep.
400.
Then they really start thinking. You see that people are reaching their limits. Someone who's ready to go fast up to a certain point with no problem whatsoever starts wondering.
Crazy Nut DK, thank you for the 58 months of support. Really appreciate that. Thanks for keeping me here online for 58 months.
Again, another month gone by.
Feels like it was just yesterday that you first subscribed, Crazy Nut DK. Thank you for your ongoing support. I really appreciate that. Magos Informaticus says so from the museum's website. John is actually on public display currently at the Glazer Children's Museum in Tampa, Florida, not owned by that museum. And I've never heard of the Glazer Children's Museum. Huh. So I guess the buyer didn't even end up keeping him in his living room? I mean, that's the thing, is these are not practical things to have in your home. I would not be surprised at all if the buyer ended up being really embarrassed about this whole thing. Because you ask any dinosaur paleontologist, like, hey, what do you think of my Triceratops? They're going to be like, oh, man. I don't know how to say this, but it's trash. Like, this is garbage, you know? It's reconstructed incorrectly. The majority of it is not real fossil bone. I would not be surprised if the buyer was like shopping it around to different museums, big prominent natural history museums, and nobody wanted to take it because it's garbage, you know? So it had to go to some children's museum that I've never heard of, you know? Anyhow. And Helvetica Scenario, ding, ding, ding. You were the first person to ever get that. That was Orson Welles. the Jurassic Park T-Rex. Yeah. Sharp ears there, Helvetica. Well done.
Wondering if that's really how much they want to spend, or if they'd like to add a little bit more.
Yeah, we know how an auction works.
4,500,000 by phone.
This is so boring.
Nothing else in the room? 600? 4,600,000.
4,600,000.
E a un certo punto ci si stabilizza su...
At a certain point.
Again, if this were actually a moment full of tension, drama, you wouldn't have to keep intercutting it like this, you know? You would just show it to us as it happens, as it unfolds.
It comes down to a battle between the
Mark
last
Melvin,
remaining
you're not
high
wrong
bidders.
about that. Oh boy, yeah.
And there.
Oh, Mark.
The bids are few and far between.
La rarefazione delle offerte.
No one's budging? That's a surprise.
Again, it's just like... You should have, like, elevator waiting music. Elevator music in the background right now. This is too upbeat.
It comes down to a battle between the last remaining high bidders. And there, the bids are few and far between.
La rarefazione delle offerte.
No one's budging? That's a surprise. Here, in the room, 4,800,000.
Preposterous. Anyway, this is so boring. Let's skip ahead. We know it sells for 7 or 8 million. Like, it's ridiculous. 5 million, blah, blah, blah. Skip forward. Okay, it's sold.
Applause. The crowd goes wild. The journalists run to him.
congrats. You just got scammed for 5 million euros. What a rube, you know? What a mark. What a doofus.
You know, ethics loses again. Science just lost again.
Yep.
So it's not good for anybody, especially science.
And I don't disagree with Thomas Carr here. I kind of wish that he would be a bit more animated about this, or like really help build a case. He comes across as dejected here, and I can understand why, you know? Because it is really depressing to learn about this kind of thing. Thomas Carr, by the way, his museum is in shambles. Like, funding has been cut. I think they had to fire their preparator. I don't know if they have a collections manager anymore. I think it might just be him for the entire paleontology enterprise at Carthage College in Wisconsin now. Like, this is a guy who... he's been the victim of budget cuts, and, like, there might not be a museum there much longer now. And I'm glad that he's in this as kind of like the voice of reason, but he shouldn't be the only one. And I don't know, I just really feel for him, you know?
For American collector?
It's for an American collector, that's correct.
A man or a woman?
He's a great person.
Oh, I'm sure, yeah, he's wealthy. He can't be a bad person, because he has so much money, you know?
The maximum price for you, it was...
Was 1 million. No, just kidding.
The name of the buyer?
No, I cannot. I mentioned that.
So again, they're not even saying who actually purchased it.
It's being acquired by an American collector, and that individual is absolutely thrilled with the idea of being able to bring a piece like this to his personal use.
Again, not to feed a fed horse here.
I think that's not always the case. I think sometimes you get real junk that's sold for many millions of dollars, which is one of the reasons why these things go to auction. Because then in auctions, it's the buyer who sets the price, not the seller. I don't think any seller would ever get away with charging $8.5 million for Big John. I always call it Big John because it's quite possibly one of the worst fossils ever sold at auction that raised more than $1 million.
That's, again, if you just joined us, this is the fossil that just sold, the Big John Triceratops specimen at an auction in Paris, I think it was. It's like 5 million euros. I think with the auctioneer fee, it came out to like 8 million, something like that. 7 million, whatever it was. Absolute trash. It's garbage.
They get away with charging $8.5 million for Big John. I always call it Big John because it's quite possibly one of the worst fossils ever sold at auction that raised more than $1 million. It's a truly
the Triceratops, right?
Yeah, it's allegedly the biggest Triceratops, but that's because they reconstructed it incorrectly and basically exaggerated the size of the skull. If you look at the size of certain parts of the skull, you can see it's nowhere near as big as it's purported to be.
So, yeah. Yep. So this guy was hired by some mysterious, ultra-wealthy person to purchase this absolute garbage for millions of dollars.
It's a piece that we saw and initially fell in love with it. The history behind this and the curation of it is absolutely impressive.
It's not. It's embarrassing is what it is. These people are absolute rubes. Like, you've been had. You got scammed. You're a mark, you know?
So to be able to be a part of preserving something of this nature.
And it's not preserving it. You're further commodifying vertebrate fossils. You're part of the problem. This is not preservation. This is commoditization. This is paving over paradise to put up a Walmart, you know?
Nature that was actually found in the U.S. and South Dakota is also something extremely special.
It's not extremely special. It is literally the most common dinosaur in North America. By far the most common in South Dakota. You got scammed, you know?
This was the highest result ever attained for a dinosaur sold at auction in Europe. It's unbelievable. I was expecting a good result, but not this good.
Some people are just not very bright. Some of those people have way too much money. I think that's the take-home message here. And Dreadpire Albert says you could build fossil dinosaurs and just start auctioning them. There's a long storied tradition of that. People selling fake dinosaur fossils. I don't know if it's still the case. I haven't looked in a while, but you used to be able to go on eBay and just find all kinds of sculpted garbage that's been being sold. Like, oh, this is a T-Rex jaw from the Hell Creek Formation of Wyoming. It's like, there's very little Hell Creek exposure in Wyoming. It's mostly Lance Formation. Then you go and you click on it, and it's like, oh boy, they just sculpted this thing. It's completely fake. Buyer beware, you know? I've seen things sell on eBay for hundreds of thousands of dollars that seem to be entirely fake. But, people who are apologists for these auctions go, well, that means it actually was worth that money because, after all, somebody paid for that. It's like, no. Scams exist. People can be misled. Just because something sold for that much doesn't mean that it's worth that much. Like, you're thinking like a child, you know? That's not how the real world works. Maybe if you're some sort of, like, free market evangelist economist, then like, oh, well, by definition, it sold for that much, so that's exactly how much it's... But that's circular reasoning. It's not the way things really work in the real world. Get real,
Undeniably, the sale of Big John earned me a lot of money. We're talking about fees representing a percentage of the selling price. So the more Big John sells for, the more I make. But honestly,
must be nice.
The satisfaction lies elsewhere. Having the...
Really? If you're not in it for the money, then what are you in it for? Like, what is the goal here?
The opportunity to work on Big John goes well beyond the financial gain.
I mean, you should be embarrassed. It's a piece of garbage. It's... Again, these people don't know anything. It's so frustrating.
The market for dinosaur fossils is undoubtedly growing.
Like a cancer.
We sense a new trend is beginning. So we can imagine that the future will be rather bright.
Not for science.
It was a crazy journey, and I'll surely miss it.
I really don't care what these guys think about this because they don't know. Is this Tampa? I've never been to Tampa. Where's all the trees? Oof. There we go, Magra.
My name is...
Ooh. It's got to be Yeah, okay. It's inflatable. You see the lines going down to it like that. It's like, who would sculpt a Triceratops this bad? But it's inflatable.
This is Sarah Cole. I'm the president and CEO of the Glazer Children's Museum, and we are talking about the Big John the Triceratops exhibit.
Oh, boy.
Today
children deserve better than this.
Is the opening day of Big John the Triceratops. We just wrapped up an amazing day with all of our guests, and you know, we're just really excited about this possibility. Less than 2 years ago, we were contacted by the Paggity Patty family. They're
I'm sorry, the who?
Years ago, we were contacted by the Paggity Patty family.
Sorry, I shouldn't laugh at somebody's name. But that's like objectively funny. Oh boy.
Their family here in Tampa Bay with a very interesting question. They said, "We have a dinosaur.
We need to get this thing out of our house. It's so ugly. We don't think the kids will mind. Can we pawn it off on your museum?" We already checked with AM&H, with the Smithsonian, with the Field Museum. Heck, we even checked with Museum of the Rockies, and they all said no. They don't want this trash. Will you take this from us, please?
Would you be interested in exhibiting it? And of course the answer was yes.
The Paggity Patty family bought Big John at the auction in 2021.
They got scammed.
Keen to find a place where the public could visit the Triceratops, they reached out to the Glazer Children's Museum in Tampa, Florida.
And I immediately jumped online and started looking into things, and tried to learn as much as we could about the specimen, about the dinosaur, as much as we could, so that we could present a really strong proposal.
Proposal? Oh no. Don't tell me that the Children's Museum has to pay this family for the privilege of displaying that piece of trash, right? Don't tell me that. Don't tell me that. Not that they're renting it out. Sounds like they paid them to display it. Oh, boy. That can't be the case, right? No.
We have not done anything like this here at this Children's Museum before, and we got really excited about it. So, several months of back and forth.
What do you mean several months of back and forth? No.
Really talking about what we could do as an organization, what made us different than some of the other museums that they might be talking to. And just about a year ago, this time, we got the phone call that the family had selected us to be the museum that exhibited Big John.
They're totally charging this museum to show off this trash, aren't they? Oh, boy.
I'd like to be able to share that back with the community and bring dinosaurs to here, because not everyone can travel. And now people can come to the Children's Museum and be able to get a full, interactive, immersive experience with the largest Triceratops in the world by Guinness Book of World Records.
It's not. It's not the biggest Triceratops in the world.
The Paggity Patty family, when they purchased this dinosaur, when they, the minute that sale went through, their thoughts immediately went to, how do we get this on display? Where do we display this? How do we get kids to see it? We know about this family, that they are very devoted to children.
Uh-oh. Not the kind of thing that you want said about you if you're like a mysterious, shadowy, like really wealthy family. That, oh, they're very interested in children. Like, uh-oh.
We were trying to work out how long we would have Big John here, and where we landed was a 3-year initial loan.
I don't even want to know how much you paid to put this trash on display.
So, you know, we're in constant contact with the family who has collaborated with us to be able to exhibit this. We have collaborated with scientists around the globe to make sure that our content is accurate and that we're telling the best story. We've collaborated with...
There's a skeletal diagram that they did not put into the auction. You can see how little of this is actually the genuine thing. You've got, you know, dentary and some of the post-dentary bones. You've got a maxilla, looks like part of the jugal. You've got a nasal. One part of the rostrum, did they dig through the rest of the rostrum here? Part of one brow horn. If they had actually shown this diagram before auctioning it off, it probably wouldn't have sold at all. But that's the thing with these commercial auctions. This is the last thing that they want to show people. Like, they do not want anybody to know at a glance how much of it is real bone and how much of it is not. So, yeah. Yeah, again, junk.
Designers to create this great space.
This is his first museum appearance, and we are so excited to have him here and share everything we can about Big John with you. Does anyone have any questions about Big John? Yes. Big John is about 16.
And Miko the Trash Panda says, dumb question, how do you know it's fake bone? Well, I mean, you will find bones in the field and excavate them. And then they had to fill in all the missing pieces. Hang on. Where is that diagram again? I was just showing it a minute ago. Where was it? All right, signage. Fake skull. Come on.
Constant contact with the family who has collaborated with us to be able to exhibit this. We have collaborated with scientists around the globe to make sure that our content is accurate and that we're telling the best story.
There we go. So the parts that are this dark color here are the actual fossil parts. And what this also is not really showing is like how much of these fossil bones have been reconstructed too. Like a lot of this, there's going to be parts missing. They're going to have water putty or plaster or other filler material in there. This is probably a really optimistic portrayal of just how much of this is fossil bone. Probably a lot less than this, honestly. Like, I don't know. Especially if the clips that we saw are any indication of how poorly excavated this thing was in the first place. They probably lost a lot of bone pieces during the excavation process. Yeah. So anyway, yeah. When you're looking at it, though, that's the thing, is that it's supposed to look as complete as possible. So here, the actual fossil bones are mixed in with all of these replica bones, and the replica bones are textured and sculpted and painted in such a way to look just like real fossil bone. So the point is, in order to sell something like this and make a great deal of money on it in an auction, you need to be able to convince people that it's more complete than it really is. That's the whole point of these auctions like this. Trying to get the most money possible. And there's an inherent, almost like unavoidable kind of misrepresentation there. Call it salesmanship or call it deceit, whatever. You're trying to make it look more complete than it really is, you know?
Big John is about 68 million.
and not 68 million years old. That's, oh, like 67 at the very most, but like the whole Hell Creek Formation is probably less than 1 million years. It's probably closer to like 66 and a half or something.
For the museum, there was a lot of work to be done.
Kiki's Gaming Services reminds me of when I looked at a rebuilt Roman building. Then the sign said that they only found 3 bricks and reconstructed the rest. Yeah.
Before Big John's arrival.
The ground would freeze in the winter.
It's very different from what we normally do, so we gave ourselves a nice long runway to make the entire experience really good.
You got taken for a ride. Oh boy, that's embarrassing.
Originally, we had proposed opening it in the spring, but we also recognized as we got into things that we wanted enough time to really do it right, to get our staff fully trained on how to work with a fossil, how to work with talking about big.
And then just like, I don't know, this whole thing, like playing dress up as a field paleontologist is, I mean, I don't even do this when I go do school visits, and I am a paleontologist. I don't walk in there with like my hat and field clothes, you know? It feels like playing pretend. You know what I wore when I went to go do that school visit over in it was West Oakland, actually. I'll show you what I wore. I'll go grab that shirt. This is what I wore. I'm trying to make the point that, like, you know, scientists are people. And we can have hometown pride, you know? That's a shirt that I designed years ago with a Columbian mammoth on it, because there was a Columbian mammoth femur and I think some other elements discovered while they were excavating the foundation for the Oakland Coliseum, where the Oakland A's used to play. Like, you know, I'm all for wearing khaki and wide-brimmed hats in the field, but this feels like cosplay, you know? I don't know. It feels fake. Just like the Big John specimen is, you know?
John? We've been doing some tests, you know, opening in small groups, like one school group. And the first group that we brought in was a group of first graders from a local school. And all of us who've worked a lot of hours on this exhibit sat in a corner so that we could watch, because, you know, that's the test. Is it going to be good? And the gasps and the awes and the, oh, wow, look how big he is.
I mean, this is the thing, too. If the point is to put this into a museum, and if you consider that $7 million well spent, consider that for $7 million you could have built an entirely new paleontology museum and funded it more or less in perpetuity. Think about that, you know? Instead of buying a miserably incomplete Triceratops skeleton that's been reconstructed incorrectly. Think about that, you know? That money that they spent could be used, but so much better, Claire. Yeah, it's just, you think about what could have been done differently here. It's just frustrating. And this is, again, it seems like, reading between the lines, the museum might be paying for the privilege of displaying this garbage in the first place. Like, and maybe the museum can run a profit on that. Great. But nobody should be patting themselves on the back about this. That's my point.
Was just,
What
it
a
made
farce.
everything perfect. Almost everybody who walks in here, when they see him in that up close moment and get as close as they can with him, there's definitely awe. There's smiles across faces and just gasps. He's he's amazing. He's a monster, but a beautiful one.
That Triceratops is ugly as sin. It doesn't look like Triceratops. Like, it's... again, it's not reconstructed properly.
As such, it is a limited supply of these specimens around the world. There are plenty we haven't discovered yet, but we don't know how many we haven't discovered yet. So, there's probably not enough beautiful specimen full dinosaurs for every museum to have one.
Untrue. There 1,000,000% are. There are enough Triceratops skeletons eroding out of the Hell Creek and Lance formations for every museum in the world to have one. I'm not even just talking about every dinosaur museum. I'm talking about literally every museum on the planet. Give one to the History Museum, and one to the Robotics Museum, and one to the Museum of Ice Cream, or whatever. There are literally thousands of these out there. It is probably the most common Mesozoic non-avian dinosaur in the world. I mean, shoot. Here. The Hell Creek Formation. This is not even including the Lance. This is just the Hell Creek. Where's that map? It extends across how many states? Okay, this is Hell Creek and Lance. This is mostly going to be Lance and Wyoming, but there's a little bit of Hell Creek. Wyoming, Montana, North Dakota, South Dakota. There's Triceratops in the Denver Formation of Denver, Colorado. There's Triceratops from Saskatchewan, and I think maybe Alberta as well. Look long enough and hard enough, and you'll probably find Triceratops in New Mexico. Maybe down into Mexico itself, too. What you see here just highlighted in this, like, reddish orange, that is a tremendous amount of land. There are Triceratops all throughout this. It is the most common dinosaur in this formation. So yeah, it is like 40-45% by some counts of all the dinosaurs found in these areas are Triceratops. And we don't have any evidence of feathers on Triceratops yet. No, Rakabash. I'm not sure if they would have had feathers or not. Paul Serino says he has a Triceratops mummy from South Dakota. No, from Wyoming, excuse me. That might tell us. I don't think they had feathers, but yeah. And mummy means there's preserved skin, so like, so like a mummified hadrosaur looks like this. There's preserved skin, or at least skin impressions. Like this. Yeah. So Paul Serino here. Here he is with the hind foot of the Edmontosaurus mummy from Wyoming. He says he has a Triceratops as well, with preserved skin. We'll be able to tell whether or not this critter had feathers, you know. So yeah. Anywho. And Rakabash says, wow, never saw that? Here, let me show you a VOD. I talked about this back in November. We had Paul Serino as a guest on the stream.
So a similar solution was arrived at long before by the dinosaurs.
Oh, there's no transcript. Shoot. I would search for Triceratops on here. You'll just have to watch it. But he kind of leaked on here. Like, I don't know if he'd made this announcement before. He's got a Triceratops mummy. So we should be learning a lot about this animal soon. Yeah. And Debaser says, any hypotheses on why there's so many Triceratops? That's a great question. Just a function of population? Well, for one thing, we've got a ton of exposed rock from the Hell Creek Formation across several states. And this is a pretty arid region. So you've got prairie and you've got badlands. There's a lot of rock that's exposed on the surface. Also, Triceratops seems to be one of, if not the only, big ceratopsid dinosaur in the Hell Creek and Lance formations. So, in some other formations, like the Dinosaur Park formation, of Alberta, you've got a bunch of different ceratopsid dinosaurs. Chasmosaurus russellii and belli, Centrosaurus, Mercuriceratops, Spinops, Styracosaurus, Vegaceratops. It's a bunch of these guys. Not all of them lived at the same time, but like you've got multiple of them living together, coeval, same time, same place. With Triceratops, you don't have that. It's just Triceratops. So they can kind of spread out, become more numerous, and yeah. That being said, it's also partially a historical thing, where we have multiple species of Triceratops. And just as sort of a historical accident, they've both been called Triceratops. So like, in the Hell Creek and Lance, you get Triceratops prorsus and Triceratops horridus. This seems to maybe be an anagenetic lineage, where Triceratops horridus at the top evolves into Triceratops prorsus over about 1 million years or less. Here we go, lovely. Yeah. Lower Hell Creek, they look like this. In the middle, they look like this is the Berkeley Library trike. Yoshi's trike looks similar to this. And in the Upper Hell Creek. If things had just gone differently, kind of arbitrarily, these would have been 3 separate genera of dinosaurs. But instead, they all got called Triceratops. So that's part of it, is that, you know, this could have been Triceratops, and then, you know, Mega Triceratops and Uber Triceratops. Or, you know, Triceratops and Quattroceratops and Quintoceratops, you know, whatever. These 3 critters did not live at the same time. They're probably the same lineage evolving, the same population just slowly changing over time. But anyway, they all got called Triceratops, and so as a result, Triceratops is very common. Does that make sense? So yeah. And they're thought to be a herding animal, I assume? We do have direct evidence that other members of this family, like, say, Centrosaurus, did move in big groups because they've been found in big assemblages together, where, say, a ton of them were, like, crossing a river, and then a bunch of them died. Maybe they tripped each other up and drowned, or maybe there was a flash flood or something. So we know that these guys lived in herds. That's pretty easy to say. For Centrosaurus. Also critters like Pachyrhinosaurus. We know that they lived in groups, and or at least they died in big groups. We don't really have that for Triceratops yet. So maybe Triceratops was more solitary, maybe it was less social. Maybe we just haven't found them together yet. But yeah. We don't really know.
This is where it really fits.
And Warned Fungus, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Yeah. I never found a mass trike assemblage, huh? There have been some that have been reported on, but they've usually been like commercial groups who have excavated these, and then they were sold off, and now, you know, it effectively, like, might as well not exist scientifically. You know what I mean? From what I understand, there are, like, commercial dealers who have dug up whole herds of Triceratops, but they've been hush-hush about it. They sold these things off. We don't know about it scientifically, you know? Yeah. Any others? I don't know if... Off the top of my head, I can't think of any other mass assemblages of ceratopsids. But, yeah. Cacklins, maybe. I like that. And McGrath says Protoceratops are mostly in Mongolia, no? Yeah, here. Protoceratops. This critter here, this is my 3D print of a Protoceratops skull. These are known from Mongolia, and maybe also from northern China, from Inner Mongolia. I'm not totally sure. But, yeah. This is not the ancestor of Triceratops. This is a separate lineage. But they're, because it lived almost at the same time as Triceratops. So this is a separate branch of Ceratopsian evolution. They went off and did their own thing. So Protoceratops is one of the... there we go. So it's not quite all the way up into Ceratopsidae or Ceratopsoidea. Yeah, this is a really old diagram, but... Yeah, and this shows Protoceratops as being an ancestor, which it wasn't. But anyway, it's an earlier thing, kind of in the same sense that, like... Think of a good example here. Think about it this way. Primate, phylogeny. There we go. If Triceratops and the other big horned ceratopsids are like the great apes, Protoceratops would be like a lemur. It's a thing that splits off earlier. It's related, certainly, but it's missing a lot of those quote-unquote advanced features that ceratopsids have. The ancestor of the great apes might have looked something like a lemur, but we still have lemurs today. Lemurs are not the ancestors of people. Lemurs are around at the same time as us right now. In the same time that Protoceratops is around at the same time as the later ceratopsids with their big horns and frills. So it's something that looks quote-unquote primitive that lived at the same time as the big horned guys. Does that make sense? Yeah. Anyhow. And I may have been fooled by the name Proto. Yeah, that's totally it, Mugrat, because when Protoceratops was first discovered, it was kind of touted as an ancestor to the ceratopsids. It's like, oh, this must be where they came from, right? It turns out, no, this is also from the late Cretaceous. It's not an ancestor. It's a side branch that was still around even after the big advanced guys came into being. You know what I mean? Yeah. Alan Alice says, if humans went extinct from something, how many millions of years would need to happen before it's be impossible to find fossils or bones of people? Our bones are going to be a lot more rare than the other junk that we leave around. There's a book about this, actually, that I could recommend to you if you're curious about this idea. It's called Footprints in Search of Future Fossils by David Ferrier. It's interesting stuff. It's basically talking about, like, what parts of human culture, what artifacts do we leave behind? What record will there be of our existence after we're extinct? This could happen sooner rather than later. The current rate that things are going here on our planet, we might drive ourselves into extinction in the next few hundred years. We'll see. Climate change and environmental degradation, pollution, who knows, you know? But anywho, yeah. Yeah. Anyhow. And thank you, Moose Not Mises. Appreciate the kind words. How long can bog bodies last? Maybe a few thousand years? Probably not much longer than that, Annies. Things do degrade even after that. You gotta be fossilized if you really want it to stand the test of time. And Cute Sweet Cookie says, whoever finds us will have so many questions. I mean, I don't want anybody to find us. I want us to continue as a species for a long, long, long time. I don't want to go extinct. That's why we have to really make sure that we're taking care of our planet now so we don't drive ourselves into extinction. But yeah. Yeah. We'll see. It's not looking good right now. And Neverwinter says Psittacosaurus is more basal, right? Yes. Psittacosaurus is more basal. The earliest ceratopsians we have are things like Yinlong, though. So Yinlong is a Jurassic ceratopsian. It's beautiful fossils of it from China. Just gorgeous. But, yeah. Really neat critter, Yinlong. Anywho. Let's finish out this stupid documentary.
I want to make sure that people see this. I want to make sure that I'm sharing it with the community. And I hope that more and more private owners understand that joy and see that excitement and that possibility.
Finally, we're done with this stupid thing. Here's a link if you want to subject yourself to this. You're a real glutton for punishment. Yeah. I do wonder, how this thing came to be. It really does feel like an advertisement for that. Like, it doesn't feel like a PBS documentary. It feels like a big ad for the commercial fossil trade. Anywho, again, just to wrap things up.
Which is one of the reasons why these things go to auction, is that in auctions, it's the buyer who sets the price, not the seller. I don't think any seller would ever get away with charging $8.5 million for Big John. I always pull up Big John because it's quite possibly one of the worst fossils ever sold at auction that raised more than $1 million. It's a truly
the Triceratops, right?
Yeah, it's allegedly the biggest Triceratops, but that's because they reconstructed it incorrectly and basically exaggerated the size of the skull. If you look at the size of certain parts of the skull, you can see it's nowhere near as big as it's purported to be. But they found a few scientists who stick their name on a paper and say it was really big and things, which really shouldn't have happened because the specimen is still private.
Yep.
But as long as we see that kind of thing happen, but there's a real variety at these auctions of mixture of quality specimens. I mean, we saw Stan get sold at auction, even though we were told it would never be sold at auction.
Right.
It was sold, but that was a real quality specimen. It genuinely is like one of the best tyrannosaurs ever dug up, or at least best T-Rex ever dug up. But then you see a lot of junk as well, and some real scrap that we wouldn't even bother collecting. Really, really weathered specimens that have just been put together with plaster and sell for a few $100,000.
Right.
And I just wonder, who's buying these things, because they're clearly not worth anything, really.
Yeah. Anyhow, only play Warlock. Thanks for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Yeah. Anywho, users blocked this video in your country. Oops, says Gatling Cookie. Consider yourself lucky, I guess. And I wonder, did hang on a second. Where is my? Yeah, I'll just do like this. I hope that our video from yesterday actually was able to be uploaded. Yep. Excellent. Good. I was kind of afraid that you know, even though we are commenting a lot on this video, really,
my wife and I discussed it,
and you know,
to loan.
I'm not gonna toot my own horn and say valuable commentary, but you know, it's a transformative thing that we're doing here. I'm glad that this still went up and hasn't been, yeah, whatever. Anyway, with that said, my earbud is beeping at me, telling me that the battery's about to die. We're gonna wrap things up here. And we're gonna go raid into somebody else doing some science here on Twitch. I'll be streaming again on Monday. Hope you can be here for that. But for now, we gotta raid out. Oh, and by the way, next week is gonna be kind of a weird one, because I'm taking a trip down south for a couple days. I'll be streaming Monday, and then Thursday, and then maybe Friday too, in order to make up for missing Tuesday and Wednesday. But next week, no stream on the 18th or 19th. Monday and Tuesday. And hang on a second. It's Monday Moon. Thank you for the raid. Really appreciate that. Hey.
The 18 raiders are about to get flattened by dinosaur content.
Welcome, welcome, Monday Moon and raiders. I'm glad you're here. We're just about to raid out ourselves. But first, let me just introduce any new folks to the channel. Monday Raid, thank you, Monday Moon. I really appreciate you bringing everybody over. I dig that NASA badge, by the way. Welcome to Paleontologizing. This is what I'm all about.
My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist, and this is Paleontologizing. Science isn't just test tubes and beakers and white lab coats. What we're doing out here is science, too. We're testing hypotheses by excavating these fossils.
Join me for museum tours, interviews with other paleontologists, audience Q&A, 3D printing. It's pretty big. Who thought this was a good idea? And of course, live dinosaur digs. A limb bone from a new duck-billed dinosaur. I invite you to tune in and experience the adventure of fossil science. Welcome, welcome. And actually, we were about to just raid out, but let's spend a few more minutes here, because I forgot. We've got 3D parts to assemble. 3D print parts to assemble. We just finished 2 days. This took 2 days, 2 different streams to watch this documentary about the commercial fossil trade that turned out to be kind of a commercial, kind of an advertisement for the commercial fossil trade. Oh boy. So check out the VOD from today and yesterday if you want to see that in its entirety. Here's yesterday's VOD.
Realistic for a museum to invest.
There you go. But I'm 3D printing a Diabloceratops skull. And we've got new pieces to assemble, so let's do that real quick before we wrap things up, huh? Yeah. This is what I have so far. It's so big it doesn't even fit in frame, really. But we've got the parietals here, and these big epiparietal like horns on the back of the frill. And then the squamosal bones are going to go here. But first, we've got these parts. So let's grab those and start to assemble it, huh? Here we go. And this, here we are. this down on the desk to protect my desk pad. And remove the supports from this real quick. And we'll get this thing glued up. Continue assembling our Diabloceratops. If you want to have a dinosaur skeleton at home, this is one of the best ways to do it. This, or a 3D print, or a cast replica, a zillion times cooler and better than having the real thing. Not only you're not getting ripped off, like people almost always are in these commercial auctions, but you're also not actively harming fossil science, as people are often doing when they, purchase these things at auction, the actual fossils, you know? Anyhow. And yes, several people have been asking me already. I already opted out of the AI thing. We talked about this yesterday on stream. But thank you for checking with me. I'm not annoyed with you, I'm annoyed with the state of the world. This AI trash. Another scam. I'm gonna quickly carve off some of this with hobby knife so that we get our edges that actually line up properly. Come on now. There we go. There we are. Oh, hang on. The printer's beeping at me. We ran out of filament. Shoot. All right. Let's get this thing glued, huh? I'm gonna rough up the edges of this real quick with that hobby knife. Give just a little bit of extra texture for the glue to stick to. Make sure I move my hand down so I don't slice myself open. It's nice and rough, good enough. Alright, the surfaces are good there. Let's do this one too real quick. I find this works a lot better than sandpaper. Putting these score marks across here gives you a little bit more topography than something like sandpaper will. And it's a lot quicker and produces way less dust. Because I'm not really big on inhaling plastic fumes. Not one of my favorite things. Let's see here. Right one there. There we are. that. Starting off with some Gorilla Glue. We'll do a test fitting, and then we'll finalize it with our super glue. Test fitting here. Good occlusion. Lovely. That's nice. Got a little bit of spillage. So let's clean that off. Nice, that'll work. Lovely. All right, let's seal the deal. If I can get this thing open. Oh. Oh boy, I tore that off. Oh, that's fine. It's at the end of the road anyway. All right, here is our super glue. There we go. Make sure that this is nice and centered. We don't have any big overhangs or anything. Nice, not too shabby. Lovely. And I can already feel it starting to set up. I love how quickly this super glue works. That's lovely. Okay. I can set that there and trust that it's going to keep working. Let's put some Gorilla Glue on here. And yeah, I don't use Paleobond on 3D prints. That stuff is pricey. We don't need a specialty fossil glue for... I don't even know if that would work properly for polylactic acid filament. I don't know, I've never tried Paleobond on something like this. Come on, super glue. This one's at the end of the road. That should do it. Alright, and this is ready to toss. It is empty. There we go. Lovely. So again, this is the lower part of the frill of our Diabloceratops. And this is going to be a little bit tricky to hold on here, isn't it? We'll make it work. There we go. That's where I want it. Excellent. Superb. All right. We'll let that sit for a minute. And toss this. And when I'm confident that this is nice and sturdy, we will add this piece onto what we've got so far for the frill. Right here. In fact, Let's see if we can fit this all together right now. Yeah, okay. That's what we're gonna do. This is gonna be a little bit of a balancing act, but I think we can do it. Bit of a gamble here. Running out of time. And that's the nice thing about 3D prints is they're very forgiving. Unlike actual fossils, which can be extraordinarily delicate, difficult to work with. Worst case scenario, just reprint this. Or just glue it. For this. There it is. All right, let's do it. So we've got different pieces that are all supposed to fit together like this. It's going to require a little bit of jockeying, a little bit of moving things around, shifting things. This is not really the order you're supposed to put these together in, but we're doing things our own way. There we go, nice. Okay. Oh, no, it's coming undone. There we go. There we are. That's what we want. Little awkward. We'll make it work. Any gaps or big seams here? We can fill in with water putty later. So it'll be metaphorically and literally seamless. Hold this here for a minute. Pour this in here. And my earbud just died. Power off, it says. Perfect time for that. Oh boy. That's okay. What I want to do is, well, show this off real quick and then set it somewhere nice and stationary so that it starts to set properly. But there we go. There's the back of our Diabloceratops frill. Oh man, this looks great. I'm so excited about this. Okay, let me find a nice place to set this down. Here we go. That should do it. So, backup head. It's so hard to find a good mono earbud nowadays. Just dead. Even after charging all that, don't make them like they used to. The old over-ear headphones. Do what you gotta do. There we go. Okay. Now, let's actually wrap up this broadcast. There we are. Let's find somebody to raid into real quick. What are our options? Other people doing science right now. Let's see. Nerdoino is on. We raided into him the other day. There's Shark Geek again. Yeah, let's go show some more love to science streams. Why don't we? Let's bring a Jurassic Park shirt for crying out loud. Great. Everybody, thank you for being here today. I appreciate that more than you know. I'm deeply grateful to everybody about to show up here in our credits. There we go. From new followers and raiders, people who discovered this channel for the first time or brought their viewers over to discover it, I thank you for sharing your viewership with me, spending time with me, learning about fossils. Thank you to the people who support this channel financially, the subscribers, the gifters, and the cheerers, the people who make these streams possible through their generosity. Could not do this without you. This is literally my full-time job. You make that possible. Thank you for that. Likewise, thank you to the moderators. I hope you all have a wonderful weekend, mods. Thank you for keeping this a safe and welcoming community for everybody, especially when we talk about heady topics like the commercial fossil trade. Thanks for helping keep this train on its tracks. We're going to go right into science streams. Go see some more science. Everybody, you take care of yourselves. Have a wonderful weekend.